Good afternoon, members. Call the House to order. We are going to be continuing on second reading. Next bill for our consideration is Senate File 34. Reading clerk.
Senate File 34 is sponsored by School Facilities, School Finance, Routine and Major Maintenance Calculations, an act relating to K through 12 public school finance.
Senate File 34 having been read two separate times, the question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Hearing no objection, it is so ordered. Next bill for our consideration, Senate File 38.
Senate File 38, sponsored by Appropriations, Performance Compensation Investment Performance Amendment, an act relating to the administration of government.
Senate File 38 having been read two separate times, the question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Hearing no objection, it is so ordered. Next Senate File for our consideration, Senate File 44.
Senate File 44, sponsored by Senator Schuler, Fairness in Sports, Intercollegiate Athletics, an act relating to education.
Senate File 44 having been read two separate times, the question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Hearing no objection, it is so ordered. Next Senate File for our consideration, 53.
Senate File 53, sponsored by Corporations, Trademark and Trade Names, Administrative Cancellation, an act relating to trade and commerce.
Senate File 53 having been read two separate times, the question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Hearing no objection, it is so ordered. Next Senate File for our consideration, Senate File 57.
Senate File 57, sponsored by Corporations, 911 Service Reporting, an act relating to emergency telephone service.
Senate File 57 having been read two separate times, the question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Hearing no objection, it is so ordered. Next Senate File for our consideration, Senate File 70.
Senate File 70, sponsored by CAPFIN, Investment Modernization, State Non-Permanent Funds, an act relating to public funds.
We have an amendment to Senate File 70. Get to it here. That would be Representative Harshman, I believe. Third reading amendment number 1. Absolutely. Representative Harshman, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd move second reading amendment number 1 to Senate File 70. And ladies and gentlemen, ask for your favorable support. Ladies and gentlemen, this just in this investment bill adds a section. Really, sometimes it's called the generational fund. I've labeled it the income tax prevention account. And really, it's just a simple way for us to get our existing money working harder. And Mr. Speaker, if you look up there in the gallery, all these portraits used to be down here. They could actually see what we were writing on our bills. Now they can only look down on us from the balcony, maybe see what we're texting on our phone or writing on our computer. But I put some yellow sheets of paper by that 43rd legislature. Undoubtedly, one of the tops, I guess you're ranking us all from 1 to 68, they got to be in the top 5, I think, Mr. Speaker. And that was the first legislature that started meeting every year. We'd passed a constitutional amendment to change, the voters did, to go from 40 every other year on an odd year to 40 and 20 on the even year for a budget. That was also the year in 74 that the Permanent Wyoming Mineral Trust Fund was established with Governor Hathaway's leadership and other members of this body. And it's that legislature right there that passed that. And I would tell you that the 68th today probably has an opportunity to do something similar. And time goes pretty quickly. It's been 50 years since we've done the Permanent Mineral Trust Fund. When I came in to this body, Mr. Speaker, it was the 2003 session. It was 2004 and 5 floated this idea of 4 by 10. See, because back then our investment revenue was about 3% of our budget. Today it's 30%. And so the idea was to save a little bit more of the severance tax for the future and then modernize our whole investment strategy. We used to have one guy down there on a computer in the treasurer's office, one guy running all the state investments. And most of it was, for most of statehood, it was bonds and interest on cash. And so this whole button idea was to go 4 by 10, double the Permanent Mineral Trust Fund. Nobody thought, God, 2010 will never get here. That's so far away. And then, bam, 4 by 10 happened. And then we said, well, let's do the math on this. It's the rule of 72. Let's go 8 by 18. Oh, that'll never happen. $8 billion by 2018. And then, Mr. Speaker, we're at $12 billion today. So 2010 happened, 18 happened, and I would submit to the body that 14 years from now, in 2039, it's also going to happen. So the idea of what other countries around the world and other institutional trust funds are doing are putting their money in an account that they won't take any returns from. And some are, 7 years, 14 years. Just do the rule of 72. It's 7.2 years for your money to double at 10%. And these funds are all making 10% around the world. And so the idea then is to take a small portion of our investment income, put it away, but don't request returns off it. And so this idea in this amendment is to if you put 100 million away here now in 2025, in 2039, Mr. Speaker, would be 400 million to deposit in the general fund. Guarantee against an income tax or any kind of tax raise. And then you do that, we do that as the 68th next year in 26, and then in 2040, another 400 million gets deposited into the general fund. And then the 69th does it, and then in 2041, another 400 million. And then in 2042, another 400 million. And so it's a way to get your money to work smarter and to work harder. And that's all this amendment does. You can see, members and ladies and gentlemen, on the bottom, page 1, line 42, you can see the date and the transfer amount from the LSRA. If you flip over to page 2, line 21, you can see the 14 fiscal years have elapsed. And then there's some other conforming language. And Mr. Speaker, I'd be happy to answer any questions. And as we move to this, and it's all about this intergenerational equity and today's people and tomorrow's people and how we kind of balance that with our investment earnings. But the idea really is to take our existing money and get it working better for us and for our future. So I'd stand for any questions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Bear, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and opposed to the amendment, on and for the bill. Folks, this particular bill is about the investment and spending policy for a couple of our trust funds that we already have out there, the Wyoming Wildlife and Natural Resource Trust and the Wyoming Cultural Trust Fund. So what this bill is about is restricting the spending to a consistent amount, and any overage then would go back into the account. We've had those kind of discussions before, and the agencies that use these funds really appreciate the idea that they could have consistent funding in the future, and they understand that this is a good move. But now what we're talking about with this amendment is actually bringing a bill in for a whole different purpose that died earlier in this particular session. Appreciate the bringer trying to get his bill back in the race, but I'm afraid this horse had a lame leg earlier on, and we need to move on with this bill as is. On and against the amendment.
Any other members for their first time? It's a race. The race is on. Here we go. Representative Washut made the corner first. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On in favor of the amendment. I think most of us came into the legislature thinking about our kids and our grandkids. I know I sure did. And I think that this type of thing, we all know we're in a weird position, and we're trying to find different places in bills to make things work. This one, I think, ties in. I think it's within the general notion of what this bill's about. And if you think about what will your legacy be 14 years from now? What have you done for your kids and grandkids? And boy, I think this has a lot of appeal to it. It has that legacy effect. All of us want to be remembered for doing something worthwhile, right? And I think that this is one of those provisions that we can put in law today that will pay dividends again and again down the road. On and for the amendment.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Davis, for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Hey, I think this is a great amendment. You know, we heard reference to the couple of agencies out there that do benefit from this type of legislation. And I think this is similar to what I might have set up for my grandchildren when they were little for a college fund. So I think there's a lot of merit in this to look down the road, take the 100, put it in there, and keep building on this. Then we'll have another alternative in the future. I think this is an outstanding amendment.
Representative Pendergraft, for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First for a second, please.
First for a second. Representative Wiley, sir, for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, we discussed this morning. We're talking about how these different accounts and stuff are being drained. I don't see this amendment as an expenditure or spending policy. This is about investing in our future, investing in our children, and having something for later on. Right now, 30% general fund every year we are getting from these investment revenues. So why are we going to mess with something that's working so well that's actually being a generator instead of an expenditure? I don't understand it. I think this is a good amendment. I think we should support it and move on.
Representative Campbell, your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and for the amendment, especially as this bill, I mean, specifically relates to public funds, their investment potential, how we provide for, investment of very specified statutory funds. And it ensures that future generations have the opportunity to enjoy what we do and not having a state income tax. So it really is, I think, the best way to provide for our future generation, Wyomingites, not just taking care of today, but tomorrow. So on and for.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Harrelson, for your first time, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So on and against the amendment, on and for the idea. I don't have a problem with, and I think that there is a conversation that needs to move forward on this concept. But you guys, there's a number of flaws with the way we're doing this. This is a huge policy change that we would be bringing as an amendment onto a bill that borderlines if this is even the right vehicle to move it forward. In fact, probably doesn't borderline, you guys, it isn't the right vehicle to move it forward. This is a conversation that needs to be had, yes, but not in a third reading or a second reading amendment to another bill that's having to do with the consolidation of trust funds. And so, we had a bill that came forward that had this very conversation. When it came before committee, I voted for it. And so I'm not opposed to this concept, but you guys, this is not the place to put it, and this is not the time to do it. This will be a conversation that I hope this body can have in the future. If you've heard me at all speak of why I'm here, it is for my kids and my grandkids and the next generation. But I don't believe this is the time or the place to move this type of legislation forward, because that's what this is. This is a bill, you guys, as an amendment. So on and against the amendment.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Filer, sir, for your first time.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. On and for, let me explain why. I think there's nothing better than in my personal life than using funds that have paid out dividends from saving, because it's almost creates like a trust fund in a way. And when we talk about our future generations here in Wyoming, we're talking about our children and many of our grandchildren and great-grandchildren. We're talking futures down the road. We're talking about a way of starting now to make sure nobody has to worry about an income tax, possibly way lower on their property tax, all these different things. And if we can allow funds to gain money to where we can use those dividends and those interests off of those funds, how great is that? I mean, I do it in my personal life. We've purchased properties and things like that off of dividends and interest off of other saving types accounts, funds, and investments. So, to say that, this might not be the right place or the right time, well, when is that? When is the right time to actually start saving for 4 or 5 generations behind us, folks? That's what we're talking about. And then we're also always talking about leaving money on the table. Well, let's leave the money on their table. I'd like my great-grandchildren to have money on the table. And this is one way we could start doing that now while we have this opportunity. Let's get this thing put in there to where we can start saving for those folks. The people before us, they did a great job. Our taxes are some of the lowest in the nation. We have no corporate income tax. We have no state income tax. We have a lot of those good things that we're all benefiting from. But if we can start saving now, we can make sure that our great-grandkids don't have to ever look at maybe having an income tax, or our businesses don't have a corporate income tax. This is a great idea, folks. When my granddaughter was born, the first thing I bought her was an investment. The very first thing I bought her. I didn't buy a crib, I didn't buy blankets, I didn't buy onesies. I bought an investment for her. And that reason for that investment is to make sure that no matter what happens, economically or anything like that, throughout her years, she's gonna have that college paid for. Best thing I could ever buy her. I think this is the best thing we could ever buy the people of Wyoming. We have the opportunity to start this now. Let's not kick the can down the road and then maybe next year say, well, maybe it's not this time. Or the next year, well, maybe not this time. Because nobody knows when. Nobody can give a date of when we're really going to look at this and do something like this. This is definitely changing. This is changing our state forever, for a long time. This is major change to our state for the better of everybody behind us. So on and forth. Thanks.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Yin, for your first time Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. First for a second.
First for a second. Any others for their first time? First time on the amendment. Representative Connolly, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker.
Good afternoon, Representative.
I'm in favor of this amendment and the bill. And being new in here, I've sat here for the last few days and wondered what really I was sitting through. And we said we need it because of what happened down the hall with the budget and such, that we needed to figure out a way to put bill amendments into other bills to get done what we need to do. Now I hear us saying this should be a bill, not an amendment. And it's like right hand, left hand, yes, no, right, wrong. I'm pretty confused. And I think this particular bill would be something that amendment would be something that would be good for the future, because I'm really proud to stand here and stand on the ground where the people before me had the forethought to put a permanent mineral trust fund together, to put an LSRA fund out there, and to look at generating revenues kind of in a seamless way. And we're talking about trying to cut funds and do things to keep us from actually generating revenue. So I think this is a good thing, and I wish it could be a bill, but because of the situation and because of the things that have happened in the last few days, this is the way it has to happen. So I'm in favor of it.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Geringer, for your first time, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First for a second.
First for a second. Any other members? Representative Johnson, for your first time?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First for a second.
First for a second. Any others? Representative Nicholas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On in favor, ladies and gentlemen. So for the past 8 years, I served as the chairman of the Joint Appropriations Committee on the House side. And every year, through those 8 years, I would stand up at this mic and I would talk about the future and about the future of our operations of government, both on the school side and on the general fund side. Because if you look at the projections of our income from the oil and gas and those folks that provide us 60 to 70% of our disposable income, they're all on the decline. On the school side, within 3 or 4 years, it will all be on the decline. So every time, all the monies we stuck aside and we saved over the past 8 years was to prevent that from happening so that we would have 25 to 30% of our general fund operations coming from our earnings. But I can tell you, ladies and gentlemen, it won't be enough. We have to do more, and this is a perfect vehicle to do that. And in fact, we should do it on our school side as well, because that train is even a bigger train at the end of the bridge. And if you look at it, the goldenrod that was passed out, you know, it's modified. Because of the actions of this body and down the hall, we have more funds available in LSRA right now than we did since January Craig came out. So we can do this. We could do this, and we could help save Wyoming for the future. So on in favor.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Lucas, for your first time, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've been sitting here listening to a lot of great ideas. As a career, I coached people on how to save money and how to spend wisely and reduce their debt. And I didn't hear anybody say maybe we should cut spending in some places. I feel that no savings plan works without a controlled, reasonable spending plan. Thank you.
Any other members for their first time? We're still on first time. Representative Lean? Nope. Any other members, first time? Last call. First time, second time. Representative Wiley, for your second time, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Fastest draw in the West right there. No,
Made it. You're going to win this one. Go ahead.
yeah, maybe. I'm glad we just talked about that. This isn't about spending. This is about investing and saving for the future. Has nothing to do with spending. That's another issue. You want to work on that? This body wants to work on that? That's great. This is setting up the future for the next generation of Wyomingites. And we had this discussion earlier. You know, right now, oil revenues, they're okay. Well, we start upticking in domestic production across the nation nationally, probably going to happen under this administration. Well, here at home, we're going to have a dip. It's going to go down. So, you know, I'm equating this to you don't turn your prize bowl into hamburger. And you sure as heck don't take a pile of money and throw it in the backyard and catch it on fire. This is hundreds of millions of dollars that we're talking about, of generation. This is not spending. This is generation to cover the bread that we already have to cover. Not new spending, but generation for the expenditures that we already have and we already incur. This is intelligent, thoughtful planning for the future. Please consider voting aye.
Representative Pendergraft, for your second time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and against. One of the earlier speakers said this is a major change to our state forever. Folks, I don't think that you discuss a major change to our state forever on a second reading amendment. I think you bring it as a bill, you work it through committee. Those things were brought up in our committees and we said, hey, this thing has some merit. There's some good ideas in here, and I think there are. But I don't think that this is how you do that. We have a process. And I think we need to go through that process. Just for one thing, you know, look at all the discussion that's wanted to take on here. Bring this to a committee of the whole and give everybody an opportunity to speak it out at length. Go through the committee process, which we did, and the committee's reaction was, yeah, it has some merit, but let's study this a little bit more. Let's make sure that we're not missing something. Very hard to make sure you're not missing something when a major change comes out on a second or third reading amendment. It doesn't work for me. So I just heard another individual say this is not about spending. And yet it's attached to a bill on spending policy. On and against.
Representative Davis, for your second time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The stately gentleman in the back was in front of me, but I'll take your cue.
Would you prefer that I call on him first?
Thank you.
Representative Washut, for your second time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Friends, I've never had a financial consultant suggest that the best time to start saving for the future is sometime down the road. They've almost always told me, you should have started long ago. You should have started yesterday. If we're going to save for the next generation, there's no time better than to get started today.
Representative Davis, second time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I need to push back a little bit. This maybe is not a new concept. I mean, we can look at our budget and see where the results have come from this platform here that we're talking about, our spending, savings, whatever policy you want to talk about. But, as talked out earlier, when do we do this? It only takes the commitment, excuse me, of the 68th to be, as we've heard earlier, be bold and look to the future here. Well, this is an opportunity that does not often come up. And as a good representative point out, is this the exact spot for it? Maybe not, but the opportunity is here right now. We need to act on this, and I think this is a good thing to go forth with.
Any other members? Representative Johnson, sir, for your second time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to let you realize that this is $100 million a year for 14 years. It's $1.4 billion we're going to lock up and not have action. If the oil price does fall through the floor, we will not have access to that funds. So I'm against this amendment. Thank you.
Members, for your second time. Representative Geringer, for your second time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess the way I look at this is that, the state makes a lot of money from our legacy industries, our coal, oil, and natural gas. And some years it's really good. Some years it's most excellent. In other years, it's a pretty tight budget. And a lot of us have not gone through in this body those downturns. But experience tells us it's pretty painful. And so if we can guard against some of those downturns a little bit better, why don't we do it? As far as controlling spending, I'm definitely on board with controlling spending. But the reality is that even with tightening budgets, the economy is unpredictable because we rely on those energy revenues. I would also say that this is not a new concept. Yeah, maybe it is for this particular bill, but it's not a new concept. It's just a smarter execution of something that we continue to try to do. We consistently prioritize. We've done it in this body this year. Lower taxes and responsible financial planning. This is responsible financial planning. I would also say that the second amendment or second reading is about refining bills, not just stalling them. We can talk about all of the issues. We can discuss them, we can debate them. And that's why we have 3 readings. I would also say that it does align with this bill because it seeks to enhance investment strategies. It follows the same principles by establishing a new account with structured investment strategy. We keep having these debates about we want to cut spending, we want to lower taxes, but we don't want to talk much about the other side of it. The saving and spending can go hand in hand here. And that's what this is. It's a conservative approach to fiscal responsibility. On and for the amendment.
Any other member for their second time? Representative Bear, Chairman Bear, second time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So good debate here. Folks, if you look at where the $100 million is coming from each year for 14 years, that's each year, $1.4 billion, you heard that earlier. It's the LSRA. What does LSRA stand for? The Legislative Stabilization Reserve Account. We have much talk in this debate about ups and downs in our revenue. That's exactly what that account is for. And now we're going to rob that account to make basically what is another trust fund, which we've done that in this body. We've done it not through creating new accounts, but rather by controlling spending. We passed 2 bills that constricted spending, sent the extra funds over to our investment accounts. That's exactly what this bill is designed to do for the 2 accounts that are already in it. That is not what this is. This is creating a whole new investment strategy. And I would say second reading, yeah, I would agree that second reading should be for refining a bill. But putting a brand new policy in a bill is far from refining. That's actually writing a new bill into this bill on the second reading. And so I'm opposed to it for that reason, but really back to the Legislative Stabilization Reserve Account, folks, that's meant to smooth things out as far as our ability to make our spending policies or our budgets work in the ups and the downs. But if we start taking funds from that on a regular basis to invest in a new trust fund, that is going to be a dangerous thing. We talked about that on all those other investment policies that we looked at, and they were much smaller scale. They weren't going to put $100 million each year into it. Gotta admit that is bold, $100 million each year, but we could end up having a year where we can't afford to do that. And we might be undoing this. This is not creating an account that for 14 years can't be touched by the next legislature. To do that, you'd need to go to the people and pass a constitutional amendment. So in other words, this is only statutorily inviolate. Another legislature could come in and rob this account after this body decided on a second reading amendment in the second house to go ahead and create this investment policy. So what do our investment accounts do? They take excess funds or surpluses and put those into investment accounts. That's all the efforts we've been doing so far this year. This is not doing that. This is taking money out of our Legislative Stabilization Reserve Account and putting it into an investment account. So if we're going to do some investing, let's do it by constraining spending and putting that into, like, for instance, our 5X to 7X account. That's smart investing. Taking it out of our savings account, which is designed to get us through the hard times, probably not so sharp. But I will say this, we just a few years ago had a surplus of $2.4 billion, and we ended up putting that into our permanent funds, which they are permanent based on the Constitution, so we cannot access those. You could say that that's a good thing because this legislature can't access that money, but on the other hand, those investment policies are very restricted. And so we're not making as much money as we could in, say, the 5X or 7X account. So really, folks, we've got to make some policy decisions, but doing it on a second reading amendment is probably not the right place to do it. I think we should look for the next surplus if we want to start something. Just think about this, $2.4 billion. We could be more than 14 years into this. We'd be 24 years into this account. That'd be great, but we didn't do that a few years ago when we had it. That's when we should do it. But we can create surpluses with spending policies, and that's what this bill is about, creating spending policy for the Wyoming Wildlife Natural Trust account and the Wyoming Cultural Trust account. So let's keep this as a spending policy bill and on and against the amendment.
Representative Nicholas, your second time.
So, ladies and gentlemen, you might recall, a week or two ago, you received this handout that our good representative from the center of the state brought on. And if you look at it, on the general fund side, that's the one without the colors. In 2005, for the general fund, we spent $2.4 billion. That was our budget, a biennial budget. On current dollars today, in our budget that we are living in right now, at 2005 dollars, our budget is $2.2 billion. Meaning, we are literally spending less now than we were then. Not only that, but substantially. If you take the number of state employees in the past 12 years, 15 years, we have less employees now than we had then. So to say, with the suggestion that we need to save more and cut more, I think we can all agree to that. But what we also know is, even if we don't grow government anymore, we are still going into a fiscal cliff. It's coming, ladies and gentlemen. It just is. So our $3.4 billion now that we spend on general fund biennially is 2.2 in real dollars 2005. So unless we want to stay at that level, we're going to have more money in our general fund, particularly as our reserves of coal and our reserves of oil go down, because they are diminishing returns. And so our fundamental responsibility is to prepare for the future for our kids and for their kids. What's so nice about this type of a program is you can invest it entirely differently even than we do with our permanent mineral trust funds, because we have to live off part of that interest, part of that 25, 30% that runs our general fund right now. This is just the opposite of that. Every dime of interest and earnings goes right back into the pot over that course of 14 years, and as long as we can feed it. And on the downturn years, we don't have to feed it, but we should. But when we get there, our 100 million turns into 400 million a year, literally. Rule of 72. So now let's talk about second reading. Well, that's kind of how the Hathaway Scholarship got created. Boom, just like that. We've been talking about this since this handout came out, and actually we talked about it last year in different ways. This is just another way to rephrase it. The problem is, it is such a big hurdle. It's such a new thought. It takes a while to seep into our bones and our brain and say, okay, by golly, let's do it. Well, ladies and gentlemen, now's the time. Thank you.
Representative Filer, for your second time.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker, and I got a bunch of stuff written down, and I'm going to try to get through it as fast as I can and not beat a dead horse here. But I heard about we need to cut spending. I agree. A lot of us do that in our personal lives and our businesses and everything like that. Maybe we need to cut some spending, but that has nothing to do with how we save for our future. Most people in our personal lives and our businesses and everything else, we look at towards the future of how do we do this, right? So you build your budgets, you fund your company, or you pay your bills at your house, but then you have extra funds that you put away for the future. Because I can guarantee there's not a person in this room that knows what our future holds. Not one. We don't know how the energy market's going to go. We don't know if it's going to go down or if it's going to go up. We don't know if it's going to, we don't know any of this. And if somebody can tell me the future, that'd be great, because I like to make some investments really fast. But nobody can do that. So what do? We take the opportunity as soon as it comes to be able to do a bold idea like this in order to invest in that future. That's all we're doing here. I'd like to know if anybody really does not want to invest to our future, whether it's on a second reading amendment, third reading amendment, committee of the whole amendment, or a bill, or whatever it might come as. I am in total support of investing for our future. Also, $100 million. I want to let everybody know that just this year, we actually passed a bill that cost us $40 million just to do a transfer. In future gains, it cost us $40 million. of losses, of revenue losses off of interest money earned off of our money, not tax dollars, but actual interest from one of these savings accounts. So we just threw away $40 million. And now we're going to complain about $100 million to save? You want to talk about spending? How is that responsible? Right? That's definitely not responsible. I don't see anybody wanting to throw away $40 million just to do a transfer on future gains. Okay? Also, the LSRA has been brought up. The LSRA, I keep hearing, is a savings account. No, it's not. We've been spending out of that thing like crazy. Every time, every other bill comes out, it says LSRA. We're going to pull out the LSRA. I don't ever see hardly any bills come out that says, hey, let's just take out the general funds, our extra pocket money that we have, and put towards something. No, we want to take it out of our savings, take it out of our savings. LSRA is no longer a savings account. And if it was a savings account, or we really believe it's a savings account, let's use it as that. Let's be honest. So if we're going to keep it as a checking account, as we have all this session, we might want to talk about this, because LSRA is just dwindling. But this, if we have the opportunity, to save for our future, not our future. It's not ours, guys. None of ours. It's my granddaughter's future. It's our state's future, because nobody in this room can say what the future holds. Nobody in this room could tell me what industry is always going to be here. Nobody in this room could tell me how we're going to diversify everything exactly the way we need to, so that we don't have to worry about this and not have to have extra taxes on our citizens and our grandkids. No one. But if we could start now, folks, we start right now, this could be huge down the road. And they'll remember us for this. I'm not doing this for my own personal gain or to go hoorah when I go back to my district either. That's not why I'm going to vote for this. I'm doing it for that little girl that I get to see every few weeks. That's who I'm doing it for. And all my constituents, when I see their kids out running out around the streets and riding their bicycles and all, it's all them, because they have no clue what we're even talking about right now. But we're deciding their fate every time we step in this building. And it's sad, because I've been I didn't campaign, but people ask how are things going. And I said, your life, liberty, and property are not safe while we're still sitting in this building. At least let's pass one thing that says we do care about your future. No matter what, we care about your future, no matter what industry holds, no matter how our budgets go, but at least we can start right now. And the other speaker said that another legislature would come in and change it. Absolutely, because we don't know what the future holds. We might have to change this someday, maybe lower it, or maybe we can go higher and add more to it. But that allows those other future legislatures to do that. So, folks, I understand it seems like a big, major policy, but we've done some major policies in amendments this year. Major. Just out of transparency. Well, here's the transparency, Wyoming. We want to save $100 million a year for quite a few years to make sure our grandkids don't have to pay taxes. And our state will be funded. And we're going to be good when other states are hurting. That's the transparency. So on and forth.
Other members for their second time. Representative Harrelson, second time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So the account that we're trying to set up here should be an inviolate account. It should go to the people. It should be something they vote on. It should be a joint resolution where they make a decision if they want this to be something that is statutorily, or in that case, constitutionally funded as it moves forward. We could create these accounts and have them be long-term and long-lasting. And I think that that's something to understand. Long-term, if we're not careful, we will create something that we don't see it through to the end. And that's where, if you understand, as one of the good bringer of the amendment says, we're trust fund babies, and there is truth in that. Because if you go right up over here, you see a picture of some legislators from a couple of years back, long before I was born, in fact, that brought about a decision that changed the financial future of our state. We're talking about that again, and this is a good thing. Like I said, I'm not opposed to this. But I don't believe that doing it this way long-term is going to be the answer. And so I think that this is a great conversation, and we need to have it again. We just need to have it in the right platform, in the right space.
Representative Yin for your second time.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. So members, second, third reading doesn't matter. The question is this, one, is it germane? I think it is, yes. And then two, is this something that this body wants to do? So this body, well, not this 68th, but the 67th in 2023 amended the Constitution in a third reading amendment from my colleague from Teton County. That was a third reading amendment on a different constitutional amendment, but it made the structure of what Amendment A is in that third reading, in the second chamber, no less. So if this is something that we want to do, we can do it. The question is that something that we want to do? With regards to whether this is bold, I agree that it should go into an inviolate account. It's not bold enough, but I do think that $100,000 put away now is still making money for us that we will be able to create an inviolate account, ask the members of the public, is that something that you want to do long-term? And we will already jumpstart the fund. We've talked about savings in this body a couple times, and it's surprising to me that I hear members from Committee of Appropriations saying we don't want to save in this way when they've argued for saving to create a 5X account. Members, we wouldn't even have the 25% tax cut on the table to discuss if we didn't have the Permanent Mineral Trust Fund. We wouldn't have the amount of money coming in every year from the trust fund. If we didn't have that money, it would not even be a conversation taking a 25% tax cut against residential property. So if we want to make sure that this state is safe from tax increases in the future, this is one way for us to do it. It's to invest that $100 million today. I would like to see a better structure in the future, and so I hope that in the upcoming sessions we'll have more conversations about that, but I'm not opposed to putting this away now. If we decide that we don't want to do it, or the people end up rejecting it on the ballot, again, this is statutory, so we can end up putting it back in our LSRA if we ever so choose. No harm, no foul. But one good way to do it now is just put this money away now. So I'll be on it for this, but I would like to see more in the future of how we bring this to the people as well.
Thank you, Representative. I've got three representatives that have an opportunity to speak on this: Lucas, Connolly, and Campbell. If you would like a second bite at the apple. If not, back to the bringer. Representative Harshman, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, ladies and gentlemen, really great debate. Appreciate everybody. This is really important. And I just want us to pause a little bit. Quit looking at your screen. Get that dopamine out of your eyes and your little handheld device, and just turn around and look up in the balcony. And I taped a couple of yellow pages right next to that group. The 43rd Wyoming legislature. So when you leave today, they used to be down here on the floor, right over here, I believe. But when you leave today, go up and check out the names. You're going to know a lot of them. Men and women who are real leaders in this state. Changed the course of our state forever. See, because this really isn't a new concept. You know, this little statue, the man who caught lightning in the bottle when he was flying the kite. We all know him, one of our founders. Really, he talked about it. Left part of his inheritance to two cities in America that turned into billions of dollars. Said you couldn't touch it for 200 years. So it's not a new concept. But I want to talk about, first of all, the good chair of committee number 2 brought up the bill title. Read the bill title right now. An act relating to public funds. That's the general. And then the specific always controls, right? Amending specified statutory funds. This is a statutory fund. To remove their inviolate status. This is not inviolate, in order to enhance their investment potential. So we're taking money from the LSRA, which is an inviolate fund. which gets fed every year from the permanent mineral trust fund, and any money that comes in unexpected flows to the LSRA. And I think the good chairman said something about the LSRA and its purpose. Well, I tell you, folks, this is the LSRA times 400. And so when I've watched over the years as the LSRA has gone up and down, nearly hit a couple billion, a couple times over. We thought one time it was going to go to 3 billion, and we were going to pull that out and put it in a corpus of a fund. So we've watched it over time. But so I think the bill title is perfect. Secondly, I think the good Speaker Pro Tem talked about it's a huge concept. As again, I said one of our founders talked about this concept 250 years ago. Absolutely the right vehicle. And I think at some point, when you're in a position of leadership, leadership's about action, man. Too much talk in this world already. Too much talk on Facebook. Too much talk. Leadership's about action. And maybe 50 years from now, wherever we're at, somebody might be proposing something and put a little piece of paper by the 68th. And maybe they'll look at the 68th. Because if you look at 68 legislators, these guys got to be in the top 5. Can't think of 1 through 4 right now. So as far as the process, good representative from Sheridan County brought up, it was mentioned the Hathaway Scholarship was born of an amendment, full-day kindergarten was born of an amendment, many other ideas. Actually, the 4x10 was brought in an amendment. So this bill is, I think there's some confusion about what a spending policy is. A spending policy is about restricting the amount of revenue from your investments. We decide what we spend, but the policy says a certain amount of revenue from your investments. And so I think that's the key, Mr. Speaker. Good question about inviolate or not. I tell you, if you look at today's goldenrod, look on the front page. Permanent mineral spending policy account, the last 2 on the bottom of the first page. There's 563 million in the reserve account and 687 in the school reserve account. It's inviolate money. Legislatures have spent out of those. And fortunately, none of you have served when it's been that bad. And so I think the argument about inviolate or not really doesn't hold water. I think today is the deal of, I think the good representative from Natrona County, when's the right time? It's kind of the old deal, like, when's the right time to plant a tree? Yeah, last year was, and the year before that. And it's the same thing here. This isn't a hard concept. It's a way to take some of our investment earnings and make them work harder and better for us, to prevent any future tax increases and maybe future tax breaks. I'm voting with my man from 1700s, who then became the ambassador to France. Remember that country that guaranteed our liberty back then? They bottled up the fleet in Yorktown. It's a beautiful story. And then I think the 54 people who signed that declaration, there were some that didn't sign. And I think the point is, you don't have to be afraid. And I think I can continue talking. So thank you. And Mr. Speaker, I'm going to wrap it up because I think their leadership's like our leadership. Don't be afraid. You aren't going to get these opportunities very often. And if you vote it down, I'll bring you another opportunity in an hour or so. Thank you for the great debate. And let's join those guys up in the balcony as one of the better ones. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Please vote aye.
Body, you're voting on second reading amendment number 1 to Senate File 70. No roll call. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. Division, chairs in doubt, please stand if you're in favor. Okay, you may be seated. All those opposed, please stand. You may be seated. The amendment has not been adopted, 22 to 35. Okay, the next consideration we have, well, let's see, is that it? That is it for 70, isn't it? My goodness. Senate File 70, having been read 2 separate times, the question is, shall the bill be read a 3rd time? Hearing no objection, it is so ordered. Next bill for our consideration is Senate File 91.
Senate File 91, sponsored by Select Tribal. Petroglyph, pictograph, and historic inscription protection, an act relating to crimes and offenses in state lands.
We have amendments. Representative Larson. Lloyd, please, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to move second reading amendment number 1 to Senate File 91. Folks, yesterday when we talked about this petroglyph bill, we pulled the appropriation out of it, or it was pulled out of it, I think, on the other side, which was intended to start the process of preserving these petroglyphs and petroglyphs on state lands, to do the inventory, to study how best to do that. We sustain that in here, but I'm just concerned that as we move forward, that we want to ensure that the agency tasked with this will develop a plan and make sure that they put in a request in their standard budget to do the things that we took out of in the appropriations this year. So it would be to the Department of State Parks and Cultural Resources shall request and acknowledge in its next standard budget request the cost of surveying documented in 3D dimensional modeling internally through the consult of all the petroglyphs and petroglyphs on state lands. Just want to make sure that we're keeping this on the front burner and can have this conversation moving forward as into the next standard budget session, and hope that you would support this request.
Thank you, Representative. Any members for their first time? Seeing none. Nope. Representative Ottman, for your first time, ma'am, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's just a question to the bringer of the amendment. Is it to go back and also look at other pictures and pictographs and everything for like the last 50 years, or how's that going to work?
Any other members for the first time? Representative Bear.
Mr. Speaker, first for a second, please.
Okay. Any others? First time? Second time? Representative Bear.
Mr. Speaker, I look at this and I appreciate the bringer wanting to try to set up some funding in the future, but I look at the project and this does not look like a state agency project, really. I don't think there's any need for funding. There are organizations that are very supportive of this type of work, and I would resist the amendment just because I think we're setting a policy where the state is going to pick up the tab, and organizations that might be interested in doing this are going to be less motivated. So I would like to motivate those organizations to do that which they truly love and desire to do.
Okay, any others for the second time? Second time. Representative Larson, for your second time, bring us home.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And to the first question that was brought up from the representative from Fremont County, this appropriation was taken out of the bill, and so the interim topic was to identify and on our state lands, our institutional lands, our school lands, to research and identify these petroglyphs and petroglyphs, and great article over the weekend in a statewide newspaper about one of those up on the mountain that's white there above the city that has where the springs come out of the rocks. It's really fascinating on some of this stuff. The argument, and so the plan is how do we preserve them on these state lands? Whose responsibility is, that comes to the point of the last speaker is, so state parks, cultural resources, whose responsibility is it to protect these cultural resources on state lands? It's ours. It's the state's. Can they interact with other groups? Absolutely. But we need to drive the bus on this. And we have the responsibility to make sure that they're preserved adequately and appropriately. This again, the appropriation was pulled out, but we're saying to the state parks, we want you to come prepared to make a request for a budget, it's one-time funding in your next budget. So when they bring that to the governor's office, they're going to say, this is for the request that the legislature made of us to put it in our budget to make sure that we're preserving these. And then they'll bring that budget request to committee number 2 as well. We just want to keep that in that agency's, in their sights, and make sure that we don't lose that. I get really concerned that we can, these fragile, if you will, historical masterpieces and insights into our history and into the past are easily lost if we don't preserve and take care of them. And the importance of documenting them is to just see how fast they are eroding or being lost. So just want to make sure that we're keeping that on the radar. Thank you.
Members, you're voting on second reading amendment number 1 to Senate File 91. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. Man, you people, I wish you guys would get a little enthusiastic here. Chairs in doubt. All those in favor, please stand. Oh my heavens. Okay, you may be seated. Those opposed? You may be seated. The amendment has not been adopted. 25 to 26. Okay, next amendment for our consideration. Number 2, Representative Allemand. Please proceed, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move amendment number 2, second reading, Senate File 91, and ask for your favorable consideration. I will now explain the amendment. Folks, we've got to secure private property every chance we have. And that this bill actually gives eminent domain to the state without going through court. So all I'm going to do is ask that on page 3, line 3, we get rid of notifying and consulting, and then line 4, the word from. And we just replace it with, we insert on line 4, page 3, receiving permission from. And I've had a little pushback from people saying, you mean we're going to deny the state from entering their own property? Well, I said, yeah. Because it's private property. If they have to cross private property without permission, that is pretty well eminent domain. One way we can stop this is if we continue and push hard to get these small parcels of private property blocked up, or state property blocked up, sell them, trade them, and we can open a lot more country up by doing this. Thank you.
Representative Lean, for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment provides for protection of private property while supporting the studies of the pictographs and such. I had the opportunity to reach out to the people that oversee our lands and just ask them about this wording because I was concerned. They told me that this was added because of the scattered ownership of the pattern of state land throughout Wyoming. There may be a need to cross private land to get to the state land. I also learned that in Chapter 16 of the rules and regulations that oversee our lands, there currently grants anybody the right to survey as long as they can access the parcel. They also have in there a requirement of a form to be filled out by the applicant with a signature line indicating that they spoke to the current leasee prior to entering or attempting to mitigate any impacts. I am on and in favor of this amendment for this legislation because I want to see both succeed. Thank you.
Chairman Byron, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and for, I worked with the previous speaker on some similar language, and the speaker 2 times ago beat us to it, but it's much more simple than was previously described. It strengthens this bill, it strengthens private property rights, so on and for, please vote aye.
Any other members for the first time? Seeing none, second time. Seeing none, back to the bringer, Representative Alaman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Please vote aye. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Members, you're voting on second reading amendment number 2 to Senate File 91. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. Amendment has been adopted. Senate File 91, having been read 2 separate times, the question is, shall the bill be read a 3rd time? Hearing no objection, it is so ordered. Next Senate file for our consideration, Senate File 95.
Senate File 95, sponsored by Senator Rothfuss. Special Purpose Depository Institution Amendments, an act relating to banks, banking, and finance.
We have amendments. Representative Lucas, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move committee of the whole second reading amendment.
Third reading.
Oh, is it third?
Oh, we're sorry, we're second. We're all messed up. Second reading amendment number
Man, I'll believe you, okay.
1.
Second reading amendment number 1 to Senate File 95 and ask
There
for
we go.
your favorable consideration.
Please proceed.
Just to remind you very quickly of my amendment deletes the preceding amendment, and that amendment was one that gave an appropriation of $500,000 to that university we have to do some blockchain and digital innovation, specifically creating software for the number 2 agency, which didn't ask for the software and doesn't have the staffing to run it. And this amendment really doesn't match the bill itself, which is regulating speedy banks. So those are the banks we talked about last week that aren't really banks. So the number 2 executive is doing a fine job right now at being business friendly, and we've seen historic increases in business filings in the last 2 years. I think we owe this department some deference to actually use software that they ask for, and they don't want this done through that university. This bill has a little bit to do with business filing, and something that is actually within the purview of the number 2 executive office. It's a stretch, and it's inappropriate to fund something this drastic at this late stage. I ask for your favorable consideration on my amendment. I would stand for questions.
Representative Singh, for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to respectfully push back against this amendment. Ladies and gentlemen, that good university across the hill spent $2 million on a 30-second advertisement for a football game. The reason I bring that up, this is $500,000 to that university to facilitate the development of a next generation filing system for that agency number 2, as well as to propagate the future of holding digital assets. And as our system of currency and assets evolves over time, we are the ones who are paving the future on this initiative. And even yesterday, the chief executive of the country announced that he would be creating a depository for these specific types of assets. And so this, the first reading amendment provided for us to maintain our position as at the forefront of this particular industry, this particular asset class. And so I'm asking that we preserve this investment in that particular center in our good university. And so I'm going to push back against this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Bear, for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and for the amendment. So folks, we're talking about enterprise software. And if any of you run businesses that have specific software for your business, you know how important it is that you work with a company that knows your business when they create the software. So usually, most businesses, there's a couple of choices out there or more out there, and that's a good thing. And as a legislative body that represents the people and their tax dollars, we should always look for a competitive bidding situation. And that's exactly, if you're going to buy enterprise software, it's exactly what we should be doing. What this amendment does is it pulls out a demand for a single source to provide software. And not only that, but a single source which is not familiar with the business and has never written software for an industry like this. So this is throwing good money after bad. This amendment removes that attempt to throw good money after bad. On and for the amendment.
Representative Filer, for your first time.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Folks, on and against the amendment, and for good reasons. That place up over the hill, that university over the hill, it actually creates the technology that we're using to help develop a software to track foreign adversary ownership of land here in Wyoming. These folks do a great job over there. They're looking at the future technologies that we're going to be using in all of our departments. I guarantee you someday, all of our departments are going to be using some type or form of blockchain. So, to say, that the number 3 or number 2 executive, can't staff this and everything, you're right. All this is doing, if we actually read the amendment that was passed yesterday, was giving them the funds to start developing this software in order for when that time comes, we can start implementing it. And what better of a place to create our software than our own university over that hill? Why would we want to contract that out to maybe private enterprise or something like that somewhere else, which I'm not totally against, but at a way higher rate? That place over the hill we can control. We control their funding, We control a lot of other things that they do. So, you know, for this group to actually create the software to help, you know, find foreign adversary stuff here in our state, actually getting those things into place when it comes to even all down to everything, even including baking. So this is what this does, and it keeps this going, folks, is what it does. And you know, and just remember too, we all also voted to pass this budget already once. We all supported this. We passed it over there, and we sent it over there, and it didn't come back. So we're trying to find ways of keeping this program funded, to find those technologies, build the software. That way, we can start using this technology more here in the state of Wyoming. So on and against this amendment, folks, and let's not stomp down something it's steamrolling right now, and it's working good. So thanks.
Representative Wiley, sir, for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and against, you know, Wyoming's been on the cutting edge of this technology, you know, for a long time now. We were one of the first states that embraced it, and this is going to help us stay out in front of the pack. It's been too long now. We've already been through another session, but I want to say a year ago, the same department that doesn't want it anymore was asking for a similar program that was going to be millions. This is thrifty. These young people that are being educated over the hill are going to do it for pennies on the dollar. And proprietary, it's going to be the state of Wyoming's. I mean, when it comes from a business perspective, I think this is great. On and against.
Representative Kelly, for your first time, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and for the amendment. Forgive me if I did this incorrectly, but I ran a text search of the bill we're talking about here, and neither the words university nor software came up anywhere. Earlier today, I had to vote against an appropriation for something that was near and dear to my heart based on principle. I can't make the connection between the amendment and the underlying bill, so against. I'm sorry, for the amendment. There we go.
Thank you, Representative. Any others for their first time? First time on the amendment. Representative Locke, first time on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and for the amendment, again, it was said before, but this was for a specific purpose for this special purpose, these special purpose banks, and I don't think this is a good add-on. Again, on and for the amendment.
Any others for first time? Seeing none for their first time, second time. Singh, Bear, Filer, Wiley, Kelly, and Locke, second time. Any of you interested? Nobody? Going once, going twice, back to the bringer. Representative Lucas, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, folks, this is really the best of two worlds. On one hand, you have a business division. That's our number 2 agency, one of the few revenue-generating agencies in the state, who are already facing an inability to meet their 15-day statutory deadlines due to the huge increases in filings that we're lucky enough to get in Wyoming every year. And this business is ever increasing. It's not going down. And we're foisting something brand new on them that they haven't asked for and that they have no control over. And then we're turning around and giving $500,000 to our land-grant university to try and create a blockchain-based system that we don't know will work. They've never even indicated in the past this was feasible. The number 2 agency has a filing system, and based on the huge amount of things that they're already doing with it, we know that works. And the people that work there like it and want it. The Cow Amendment creates more burdens for our number 2 agency while wasting over $500,000 on a science experiment to try and fix something that isn't broken. And we're spending $500,000 that wasn't a part of our budget out of the House, and now where will that come from? We don't have a budget. Please vote for this amendment. Thank you.
Members, you're voting on second reading amendment number 1 to Senate File 95. This is a roll call. Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Ellamand, Andrew, Angelos, Banks, Bear, Brady, Bratton. Brown Gary. Brown Landon. Byron. Campbell Elisa. Campbell Kevin. Chestick. Clauston. Connolly. Repeat. Davis. Eklund. Erickson. Feiler. Geringer. Guggenmoss. Haroldson. Harshman. Heiner. Heft. Jarvis. Johnson. Kelly. Knapp. Larson Lloyd. Larson JT. Lawley. Lean. Locke. Lucas. McCann. Nicholas. Ottman. Pendergraft. Posey. Provenza. Riggins, excused. Rodriguez Williams. Schmid. Sherwood. Singh. Smith. Storer. Strock. Stivar. Tarver. Thayer. Washut. Wasserberger. Webb. Weber. Worf. Williams. Winter. Wiley. Yin. Mr. Speaker, are there any changes? Clauston, excused to no. Campbell Elisa, no to aye. Further changes? Further changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 40 aye, 19 no, 3 excused.
By your vote, you have adopted second reading amendment number 1 to Senate File number 95. Senate File 95 having been read 2 separate times, the question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Hearing no objection, it is so ordered. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Senate File 101, reading clerk.
Senate File 101, sponsored by Senator Landon. Post-conviction DNA testing, procedure amendments, and act relating to criminal procedure.
Senate File 101 having been read 2 separate times, the question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Hearing no objection, it is so ordered. Next Senate file for consideration, Senate File 104.
Senate File 104, sponsored by Senator Crago. Probate code revisions and act relating to the probate code.
We have amendments. Representative Lawley, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move second reading amendment number 1 to Senate File 104 and ask for your favorable consideration. Ladies and gentlemen, no laughing. This is something that we approved in our budget. It's a position for 2 full-time employees at the Supreme Court whose job will be to work in the Office of the Management of the Courts. So the Supreme Court, as you may or may know or not know, manages the entire court system within the state of Wyoming. And that includes the courts that handle our probate processes, which all are done through the court system. This bill talks about relating to the probating of estates, and that is part of the duties of these employees. These employees will effectuate the smooth running of our court system, including our probate court, including the probate of the courts due. So again, I ask for your aye vote. I just want to remind you this, that in our Constitution, both state and the federal and the state Constitution talk about the protections of due process. Constitutional protection, very important. And the ultimate, really, the primary way that we effectuate the right to due process is through the smooth running of our judicial system. So again, I ask for your aye vote on this amendment.
Any members for your first time? Representative Chesty, for your first time, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm a no on this amendment for the reason we've been voting no all along on these trying to tuck budget information into other bills. It's not only unconstitutional. In this case, I think it goes beyond that. It's confusing because the bill is about changing the probate code, and now we're adding 2 employees, and the amendment says to be used as the judiciary sees fit. which does not necessarily mean that they're going to be used for the administration of the probate code. It's probably not going to be used for that purpose anyway. But by tucking this into a bill dealing with the probate code, there's a risk that somebody might say or might think that we're trying to provide employees to administer the probate code, which is not the intent of the amendment, I don't believe, but it creates that confusion, so therefore I'm against it.
Any other members for the first time? First time on the amendment. Second time, Representative Chestik, you want another shot at the apple? I'll just let you get set down. Representative Lawley, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I ask for your aye vote on the amendment.
Members, you're voting on second reading amendment number 1 to Senate File 104. This is an appropriation, so it will be a roll call. Chief Clerk, please call the roll. Go from 66 degrees to sleigh bells. Welcome to Wyoming. If you don't like the weather here, wait a half an hour and it will change.
Allemand? No. Andrew? Angelos? Banks? Bear? Brady? Bratton? Brown Gary? Brown Landon? Byron? Campbell Elisa? Campbell Kevin? Chestik? Clauston? Connolly? Davis? Eklund? Erickson? Filer? Geringer? Guggenmoss? Haroldson? Harshman? Heiner? Heft? Jarvis? Johnson? Kelly? Knapp? Larson Lloyd? Larson JT? Lawley? Lean? Locke? Lucas? Lucas? McCann? Nicholas? Ottman? Pendergraft? Posey? Provenza? Riggins, excused. Rodriguez Williams? Schmid? Excused. Sherwood? Singh? Smith? Storer? Strock? Stivar? Tarver? Thayer? Washut? Wasserberger? Webb? Weber? Worf? Excused. Williams? Williams? Winter? Wiley? Yin? Mr. Speaker, are there any changes? Lean, aye to no. Further changes? Further changes. Closing vote. Vote closed. 8 aye, 50 no, 4 excused.
By your vote, you have chosen not to adopt second reading amendment number 1 to Senate File number 4. Senate File 104 having been read 2 separate times, the question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Hearing no objections, it is so ordered. Next bill for our consideration, Senate File 107.
Senate File 107, sponsored by Senator Nethercott. Freedom to work and build business, an act relating to miscellaneous contracts and actions.
Senate File 107 having been read 2 separate times, question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Hearing no objection, it is so ordered. Next Senate File for our consideration, Senate File 108.
Senate File 108, sponsored by Senator Barlow. Recreation safety, agritourism, and act relating to recreation safety.
Senate File 108 having been read 2 separate times, question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Hearing no objection, it is so ordered. Next Senate File for our consideration, Senate File 125.
Senate File 125, sponsored by Senator Steinmetz, defining health care and protecting the people's welfare, and act relating to statutes and rules of construction.
Senate File 125, we have amendments. Representative Brown. Gary, please proceed, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move second reading, amendment number 1 to Senate File 125, and ask for your favorable consideration. Members, I've had several of my constituents
get a hold of me and say that they feel this is too important a legislation to add an appropriation to and take the chance of losing this bill. So I am asking that you would vote aye on this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Brown. Any members for their first time? Representative Wasserberger? First time, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to be in favor of this amendment, guys. I originally was in favor of the appropriation for this bill, but after talking to some folks from my district, I'm just a little bit concerned that if we do this, that we might be putting a gamble on some people's lives. So I am in favor of this amendment.
Representative Angelos.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am on and in favor of the amendment. I was originally, I'm the original one that brought the amendment. However, in discussing with a lot of people, and a lot of people on this floor, a lot of people who are really passionate about pro-life and about saving our unborn, this could jeopardize that. This bill could jeopardize, or this amendment could jeopardize the bill, and it is a concern. We have had several of our pro-life bills held up in court, and this would be a perfect storm to do that. And I know the bringer and I discussed that helped me bring one of the co-sponsors of this amendment, and I discussed that this could be iffy, and we do feel that it is after a weekend of talking with people, and so I'm going to be on and for.
Thank you, Representative. Any others for their first time? First time on the amendment? Seeing no one? No, see, no one. Any for their second time? Seeing none, back to the bringer. Representative Brown, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would just ask and I vote on this. Thank you.
Members, you're voting on second reading amendment number 1 to Senate File 125. All those in favor, on this is a roll call. Oh, we're removing money. I see. This will be a roll call, ladies and gentlemen. I guess the snow behind me's got me all screwed up here. Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Allemand. Andrew. Angelos. Banks. Bear. Brady. Bratton. Brown Gary. Brown Landon. Byron. Campbell Elisa. Campbell Kevin. Chestick. Clouston. Connolly. Davis. Eklund. Erickson. Filer. Geringer. Guggenmoss. Haraldson. Harshman. Heiner. Heft. Jarvis. Johnson. Kelly. Knapp. Larson Lloyd. Larson JT. Lawley. Lean. Locke. Lucas. McCann. Nicholas. Ottman. Pendergraft. Posey. Provenza. Riggins. Excused. Rodriguez Williams. Schmid. Excused. Sherwood. Singh. Smith. Storr. Strock. Stivar. Tarver. Thayer. Washut. Wasserberger. Webb. Weber. Worf. Excused. Williams. Winter. Wiley. Yin. Mr. Speaker. Are there any changes? Posey? Oh. Are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 57 aye, 1 no, 4 excused.
By your vote, you have adopted second reading amendment number 1 to Senate File 125. Senate File 125 having been read 2 separate times, the question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Hearing no objection, it is so ordered. Next Senate file for our consideration, Senate File 160.
Senate File 160, sponsored by Senator Olson. Treatment Courts, Amendments 2, an act relating to courts.
Senate File 160 having been read two separate times, question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Hearing no objection, it is so ordered. Next Senate file for consideration, Senate File 165.
Senate File 165, sponsored by Senator Pearson. Cancellation of registration notice amendments, an act relating to elections.
Senate File 165 having been read two separate times, question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Hearing no objection, it is so ordered. Next Senate file for consideration, Senate File 167.
Senate File.
Or excuse me, 166. I'm sorry, I jumped one.
Senate
166.
File 166, sponsored by Senator Pearson. Political party formation amendments, an act relating to elections.
Senate File 166 having been read two separate times, the question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Hearing no objection, it is so ordered. Next Senate file for consideration, Senate File 167.
Senate File 167, sponsored by Senator Dockstader. Board of Chiropractic Examiners, criminal history records, and act relating to professions and occupations.
Senate File 167 having been read two separate times, the question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Hearing no objection, it is so ordered. Next Senate file for consideration, Senate File 169.
Senate File 169, sponsored by Senator Hicks. Strategic Investments and Projects Account Repeal, an act relating to public funds.
We have amendments. Representative Harshman, First Amendment.
Mr. Speaker, I'd move second reading amendment number 1 to Senate File 169. Members, if you would look, you have a couple handouts. If you could get those off your desk. One's a 3-pager. It has actually fiscal note. It's on the first page. That's a 3-pager. And then there's just a little 1-pager on the 5X, 7X if we want to talk about that. But really, I'd like you to turn to the last page of the 3-page handout. That is the amendment to this bill. So this is second reading amendment number 1, and it really does, on the left-hand side, you can see I've written it does 3 things. Keeps the prison account whole, and it'll flow it from the LSRA. It keeps the 0.45% that is currently flowing from the SIPA. We first started the school CAPCON major maintenance. It'll keep that going. And then, as important as any, the third thing, it'll keep the 1.25% guarantee of our annual spending policy, of our 5% spending policy of the permanent trust fund. So if you go back to the first page, what that does then, this bill, if we do not amend this bill, and you'll recall last week we had this big talk about 2 words. One was spending and one was revenue. Okay, this bill is about revenue. And so I've circled up, or put a square around, added it up on the front page, the fiscal note of this bill. So it's a $134 million hit to our budget. So you're taking 134 million, that's over a half-penny sales tax. That's more than what we granted in property tax relief. Okay, and then the next year it grows, see, and it keeps growing every year. So the next biennium, then, you look at that thing, it's 276, $250 million a biennium. And out of that $250 million, 125 million of that goes to the school foundation program. So just this bill alone is a 7% cut to schools and to an annual budget, about a 10% cut to the general fund side in revenue, not in spending, in revenue. So we'll have to make that up next year, either through spending cuts or revenue increases somewhere else. Here's where you're gonna have to cut it. You're gonna have to cut the Department of Health. That's where most of the money's at. That's over half of our general fund budget. You're gonna cut it a little bit out of here, a little bit out of there. You're gonna have to cut big money, 140 million or so. You're gonna cut it out of the Department of Health. That'll be the biggest one. And so again, I just wonder, so then I guess if you'd flip to the second page, so what this amendment tries to do, ladies and gentlemen, you see the first figure up there, that's the current law. And you see that blue on the right, that is the general fund. 2.5% of the 5% spending policy. So it's diagrammed just right. So if that whole circle is a spending policy, it's half of our spending policy. That's the revenue from the Permanent Mineral Trust Fund. It's about $250 million. Okay? And then you can see the current law, you see the bricks and mortar. That's the Strategic Investment Projects account. There's a little talk on first reading general file about this, but really since 2017, it has almost exclusively been for capital construction, to build stuff. Because that's kind of the way you invest in your state. You invest some money for the long term, but when you build a water project or you build a school or you build a bridge, those things last for a long time, 50 years. It's a nice investment in our state, and you're always going to have to be building stuff. Okay, and then you can see the LSRA up there, which is not guaranteed. And I circled, you know, that guaranteed, and I didn't circle the not guaranteed on the LSRA. So our return each year is about 4.39%. Our investment managers don't hit the 5% because they don't have to. So they don't sell that stuff. That's why we got like $2.5 billion in unrealized capital gains. And so what Senate File 69 does is the second picture. It keeps the guarantee on the general fund, but then it gets rid of the SIPA and you have the LSRA over here, but none of it's guaranteed. And that's where you see the revenue reduction on your fiscal profile, on your fiscal note. So what this amendment tries to do is the third circle at the bottom, keeps the general fund intact, but we guarantee then, if we're going to get rid of the SIPA, let's at least continue the guarantee that we've had and keep filling up the LSRA, because you're going to see more appropriations out of the LSRA. You're just going to. You're not going to have a budget reserve account. You're not going to have mineral money flowing to the budget reserve. And you've moved that thing, we're going to move it closer right to the general fund. And so I think you want to keep our trust funds working for us. I don't know, I understand property tax cuts, a revenue reduction, put more money on people's table. But why would we do this and take food off people's table? For what? For future generations? I guess you could argue that. But I think you're getting backwards on this intergenerational equity. We got people today in nursing homes. We got people today that are trying to go to college or go to school or work on a water project or build a bridge. And so I think we got to find that right balance, and I think this bill goes too far without this amendment. So, Mr. Speaker and ladies and gentlemen, I'd be happy in that other sheet if you want to talk about 5X, 7X, got more on that, but I don't want to go in the weeds. I'd be happy to sit down with you anytime and visit about it, but happy to answer any questions, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Baer, for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and opposed to the amendment, we had a discussion a little bit ago about a generational account. We got into the 5X, 7X then. And here we are again talking about it, but kind of we flipped sides, you know. Now do we want to save or do we not want to save? What was this bill originally for, and what is the purpose here? This amendment is trying to get us to put another tip onto these accounts, and what the bill is doing is eliminating an account, okay? And why are we trying to do that? It's so that all that stuff that you just heard that probably confused 99% of us, we can get rid of some of that. It's going to take us a long time to unwind some of the complexity that we have in our finances. That's what this bill is about, unwinding some of the complexity. What does it do? Does it spend money? Because that's what you're kind of getting that impression as you listen to the speaker, the bringer of the amendment. But this is not spending money. This is putting some money into savings. It's putting some money into our checking account and letting us use that checking account money to then fund whatever it is and make our priority choices. In this case, I agree with the bringer of the amendment. We need to make sure we're spending it on the school foundation program. But if we're going to do that, let's all know that we're doing it here in this room. Let's know that, hey, our checking account is getting to this point, and we need to take care of these capital construction things. How many of you can remember what was the total of those 2 CapCon bills that we passed? You know, if they'd been coming out of the general fund, we'd be looking at that very closely. We'd have 1 page on our goldenrod that said, this is where you're spending your money. And this body would make those priority choices. But instead, we've got 6 pages on our goldenrod. And the bringer of the amendment's asking you to keep some of that complexity, add some of that complexity back in, and I'm asking you to resist that. Let's get started now in cleaning this up, making it simple, putting whatever excess funds we have into our investment accounts, and then spending out of our checking account and paying close attention to where that spending is going. On and against the amendment.
Any other members for their first time? Representative Williams, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the intent of making this less complex, but for a fiscal note of $276,300,000 in the next biennium, I can deal with a little complexity. And so I'm on and for this amendment.
Representative Pendergraft, for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and against, and I just, rather than talking through the whole flow of monies and all that goes, what concerns me is that we have these automatic tips, and I don't know how many of you have, maybe you get some sort of an account somewhere that's a subscription, and every month money comes out of your account. It gets to the point where you even forget where it's going. And then something happens to your income or something happens to your situation, and you want to kind of go back to the basics and figure out where you're at. You've got all of these automatic tips going on, and you kind of have to go back and take an assessment and just figure debits and credits down to the real simple basics. What we're attempting to do here is to realign with fewer accounts so that anyone who comes in wants to make an effective assessment about how much money's coming in, how much is being saved, where it's being spent, can quickly look at the budget and understand it. What we have now, I've said it many times, is this Rube Goldberg contraption where when this fills up, it flows over into this, and then part of it goes over here, and part of it goes over here. And it gets so confusing in so short a time that it's very difficult to keep it straight in your own mind. The other thing that it does is instead of automatically paying or doing these things, and you know where a lot of this money is doing is automatically flowing over in from the general fund side over to the school side, just an automatic flow. Well, yeah, we may want to support that, but let's make that decision each time. Let's not just automatically have money going from one side to the other side without our oversight. So on and opposed.
Representative Angelos, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just wanted to address, one of the last speakers had said, you know, that he could take some complexity for $280 million. And I want to say that we talked to one of the electeds that handles our money, and their office has told us that had we done this, gotten rid of this account that's only 7 years old, 5 years ago, we would have $280 million in our permanent mineral trust fund reserve account. We would have that. So on and against the amendment.
Representative Larson Lloyd, for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think one of the things that we've done well, I don't know really to our benefit this year, is put some definitions in place that form a picture in our mind. And on the fiscal side, we've got this term TIPS, this ugly term that is out there that somehow implies that there's this, by the dark of night, this secret money moves from one place to the other, and you, this body of elected officials, have no knowledge of it whatsoever, which just isn't true. So in your own homes, if you have an investment that gives you a return each year, whether it be a savings account or whatever it is, you take those monies earned and you're saying, these returns, I'm going to just put them in my checking account, the general fund, fine, so be it. Or maybe you're going to take half of that and you're going to put it into your checking account, the other half into a savings account, or maybe a portion of that into your vacation account. It's not a tip. It's a calculated, defined approach on how you're going to use those earnings on your savings and investments. That's what we do here. We say that for these funds that we're not, the tip isn't we have it defined by percentage on this income, that X amount goes here, X amount goes there. And if you don't know what that is, shame on you. We keep referring to our budget book, we keep referring to all of these things for you to find out, but this isn't some voodoo secret thing that happens. Now, and the speaker, two speakers before me brought up probably the most critical point that gives me angst in this conversation, when it was said that if we want it to go to the school foundation, well, maybe we consider that and we can vote on it. Folks, we need to have a steady, designated revenue stream into our school foundation account. We need to be disciplined in that and not be monkeying around every budget time deciding how much we can afford this year and how much we can afford next year. Of that revenue stream, we need to be dedicating, and that's what we were doing, very disciplined in making sure that education was funded. When we first created the SIPA account, that wasn't in there. But as we seen the decline in revenue, we understood that we had to make sure that education was funded with a steady revenue stream, so we started diverting that. It was very calculated. So if we don't do these earnings, where do the earnings go? They can go to the corpus. The corpus is inviolate. Okay. So I think the good presenter, or this amendment really is trying to ensure that we have revenue available off the earnings, of our investment earnings, available for us to use. And half of that going to the LSRA, okay, that stays there, but this SIP account, he's just ensuring that we keep that revenue stream guaranteed going to the school foundation program. And that we're not voting on it, that it's not subject to mischief, that it's not subject to the climate of the day that we find. When in 15-16, when we had that historic downfall, I think we look back now and say maybe in our budget we had a little bit of a knee-jerk reaction because our investments were really solid. But we didn't know that, but looking back, we kind of do. So I'd encourage you to support this amendment. There's no secret tips here. There's a defined pathway to ensure that those revenues provide security for those institutions of state government that we're obligated to provide for. On and for the amendment.
Representative Provenza.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. This amendment is about far more than pieces of yellow paper and how many pieces of yellow paper we have. This is about being responsible. At one point in this session, we were looking at being at a $500 million deficit in our SFP. I know we've reined that back in some, but given how we are cutting funds from our SFP, I would much rather know that we are putting 40 million in SFP right now, which this amendment helps accomplish. Our tax cuts are taking money out of accounts for our school foundation program. The responsible thing to do is be better stewards of our SFP, our school foundation program. And I'll remind this body, just a few days ago, we found out we lost a court case. I don't know how this bill, without this amendment, helps us in funding the education model and gets us any closer to doing our job. So on and for the amendment.
Representative Eliza Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. So on and for the amendment for a couple of reasons. And one of the things I want to, I guess, push back against is this concept of, automatic payments that come out of our accounts, like a subscription, and then we don't pay attention to them. This is not a subscription payment. This is a constitutionally mandated service that we are charged with paying for. This would more be the automatic payment I have coming out of my account every month to my city for water. Comes out every month. Yes, it does. And I pay attention to it because it's not just a random subscription. These are our water payments, even my energy, my electricity payment is automatic out of my account because it's important, and I need to ensure that it is consistent in there all of the time because I really don't want to run out of water or electricity. This is the same. So when I look at this fiscal note that says we have a constitutional obligation, as our highest court reminded us last week, we are not fulfilling that obligation. And what this bill does without the amendment is says, yeah, we acknowledge that obligation, but we're going to cut an additional 7%. That makes no sense to me. We've been told we are not meeting our obligations. So our responsibility is to ensure we don't miss a water payment. The only way we can do that is with this amendment. On and for.
Representative Gehringer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. First for a second.
Anyone else for their first time? First time, second time? Second time, second time. Chairman Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just want to remind everybody, based on that those last words, that we do fund our constitutionally required obligation to fund education. We do that. And without the SIPA, we're going to do it the same way we do it now, but we're also going to see us do it. We're going to be the ones that say it's this much based on our constitutional requirement. And should we fail to do enough, we always have that backstop coming from the LISRA that ensures that education is always funded. On and against the amendment.
Anyone else for their second time? Representative Gehringer, for your second time. Or your first time on your second time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
No, you're fine. Don't move.
So I guess the way I look at this is, so the bill eliminates an old savings account, kind of. Without the amendment, all of the money goes into the general fund, which is like a checking account, easy to spend. The amendment says instead of putting it into the checking account, we put it into the rainy day fund to save it for emergencies and future needs. And then it also makes sure that some of those earnings from the PMTF go towards schools. And if the rainy day fund doesn't get as much money as expected, the state treasurer automatically fills the gap by a simple formula. So it's, when you start boiling it down, it's not that complicated. Instead of one big lump sum of money going into the general fund, it just organizes where the money goes. Rainy day fund first, schools get a set portion, and then if the rainy day fund falls short, there's backup that fills the gap. So it's not adding complexity, it's just making sure that the money is being handled responsibly. And it just doesn't disappear into a spending account. It's kind of like setting up an automatic savings payment so that you don't actually accidentally spend your savings on fast food. On and for.
Anyone else for their second time? Representative Provenza.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. It was said that we are fully funding education. That was not true. It's not true. We're not. That's why we lost in court. We are not fully funding education. Do not tell people that because it's a lie.
Representative Larson Lloyd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And on that note, because I think that that's kind of the conversation we get in here, when we say that we've got education backstop, that's true with the LSRA, right? But the LSRA is also the backstop for the general fund. And so what happens when there's no more LSRA? Courts have ruled that says education before anything else. So before you do your general fund, you've got to make sure that education's funded. So let's go back to the conversation on then doing an annual budget appropriation to, or biannual budget appropriation to the school foundation, and look at the pressures, because we've done away with the guarantee. So we have less revenue to do that with. Oh, let's not forget that we've also diverted $140 million from licensed vehicle sales tax to highways. So then there's that much more pressure on the general fund. And so it's easy to see when we get into this discussion that we may say, oh, we don't have enough here, so we're going to have to reduce over here, which is exactly what the courts have recognized, because that's what we've done on our external cost adjustments when we've says, yeah, we get it, but boy, we're in a tight pinch here, so we're only going to fund 80% of it, or 90% of it, or 30%. When you don't fund the legislative model, the model that we adopted, then you're in violation of the law. So this component is just purely guaranteeing a revenue stream into the school foundation from those earnings so that we don't lose access to them. Again, would encourage you to vote aye on this amendment.
Anyone else for their second time to the bringer? Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, to bring this home. Thanks, members. Again, I would just, how many of you have investments that earn 2.5%? How many of you have investments that earn 2.5% and you keep that financial advisor? Why would we do that to ourselves? Makes no sense. And you can get up here and talk magic about tips and whips and flips and unwinding, and that's all a bunch of baloney, you know? I mean, it just is. And the bottom line is the fiscal note. And the bottom line is you're going to remove $276 million from the next biennial budget. Well, under half of that from the school budget. So you are voting for reductions to the Department of Health, and you're voting for reductions to schools, and probably the end of property tax relief by voting for this bill and not supporting this amendment. I think we can at least make 3.75% on our investments. And so does everybody else. There was a time on this floor we had nearly a 10% spending policy. Those of you who were alive in the 80s, remember when your bank account made that much, when your mortgage was 18%. This is a bad bill, it's bad policy, and none of you are going to be able to print $250 million. None of you are going to do little funny stuff and make it appear, but you're going to have to solve it. And we can do better than that. So at least vote for the amendment that we're at least saying, hey, we can get 3.75% off of our $12 billion. Our people today deserve that. Please vote aye. Thank you.
Okay, members, you are voting on second reading amendment. Let's see. Well, we're voting, where are we at on this now? Number 1, it says Senate File 169. So be a roll call. Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. Chairs in doubt. All those in favor, please stand. You may be seated. All those opposed, please stand. Hold still, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, I hope this is everybody. Members, if you are not in this chamber, you need to be in this chamber. This is going to be an extremely tight vote, so stand still and let's try to finish this. Okay, you may be seated. The amendment has not been adopted, 28 to 33. There was like 4 people moving in and out on that thing, ladies and gentlemen. So when you hear roll call, we're talking about third reading amendments here and third reading passages. We need to be in the chamber. Second reading, but anyway, neither here nor there. Please be available, be here and ready to make this work. So not adopted, so we can move on to our next amendment. It's number 2, Representative Thayer. Senate File 169, second reading amendment number 2.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to move Committee of the Whole, second amendment on,
Second reading amendment.
on second reading on Senate File 169 and ask for your considerable favorable position. So what you have in front of you is we're all sitting here safe, and I want to keep everybody safe in our communities. What this amendment does is it takes the $18 million that was in our CapCon House Bill 258 and put it into this, the $18 million for the locking system. This is an act relating to public funds. It's providing for the transfer from SIPA account. So what I'm asking is that we're going to take the $18 million that we voted on this floor, 56-6, and take it from Fund 126, not general fund money, this is WSP money, and put it into the Department of Corrections. This is only for their locking system. And so as you walk through, you'll see that in Section A, it's the 18 million, again, from Fund 126, not general fund, the WSP, to be used for the locking system to keep our friends and our family and everybody safe. It's 5 locations. It is an emergency. We need to get the safety of our friends and our family taken care of. And then you'll see if for some reason, if another bill would come back, this money would come out. It would take effect immediately, and it would have to be expended through June 30th of 2026. And I stand for any questions.
Body, we are on second reading amendment number 2 to Senate File 169. Is there anyone that would like to speak for their first time? First time, Representative Williams.
On and for, thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, on and for this amendment. This makes a big difference for exactly the reasons we've been hearing. Please vote aye.
Anyone else for their first time? First time, second time? Second time, back to the bringer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, I want to let you know that this bill, Senate File 169, is for conforming amendments and for transferring from the SIPA. This is not general fund money. It is WSP money. It's 18 million that'll go to the Department of Correction for their locking system and their man-down system. Thank you.
Body, we are voting on second reading amendment number 2 to Senate File 169. Reading clerk, please read, Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Allemand? Andrew? Angelos? Banks? Bear? Brady? Bratton? Brown Gary? Brown Landon? Byron? Campbell Elisa? Campbell Kevin? Chestick? Clouston? Connolly? Connolly? Davis? Eklund? Eklund? Erickson? Feiler? Geringer? Guggenmoss? Haroldson? Harshman? Heiner? Heft? Jarvis? Johnson? Kelly? Knapp? Larson Lloyd? Larson JT? Lawley? Lean? Locke? Lucas? McCann? Nicholas? Ottman? Pendergraft? Posey? Provenza? Riggins, excused. Rodriguez Williams? Repeat. Schmid, excused. Sherwood? Singh? Smith? Storer? Strock? Stivar? Tarver? Thayer? Washut? Wasserberger? Webb? Weber? Worf? Williams? Winter? Wiley? Yin? Mr. Speaker, are there any changes? Are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 20 aye, 40 no, 2 excused.
By your vote, you have decided not to adopt second reading amendment number 2 to Senate File 169. Next amendment for our considerations, number 3 to Senate File 169. Representative Washut, please, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move second reading amendment number 3 to Senate File 169. So members, going to throw a curveball, but it's going to hit the plate. It's going to be a strike. You know, we've been talking about this Wyoming State shooting complex since the 5th of February. This body took a position on that complex. The body down the hall has put us in an awkward position. So this is our last chance. If we want that complex in Wyoming, this is the amendment that can make that happen. It's going to be germane because we're going to take funding out of the SIPA account instead of out of tourism. And then we're going to release the other funding from the session laws from 2023. So that's basically what the bill does. It just substitutes funding from SIPA for the funding that we had originally planned to come from the tourism account. Not what I would prefer, but it's a way to deliver on what the legislature promised those communities that chose to put forth the effort and participate and compete for a Wyoming State Shooting Complex. They took us at our word that when we put the $10 million in seed money, that we would follow through. And so those communities participated, trusting in their legislators to deliver. And they participated, and one community was selected. And that community, since being identified as the selected community, has invested its own local resources, financial resources, in-kind resources. They've done everything that we could possibly ask them to do. They went to that big trade show out in Las Vegas where all the gun folks go and look at new products and new ideas, and they represented the Wyoming State Shooting Complex. And there was great enthusiasm. And we saw today gun manufacturers that have located in our state, standing in our gallery in strong support of this complex. If I could wave a magic wand and go back to the original plan, I'd do it in a heartbeat. But taking $3 million out of SIPA does not significantly impact the ability of that fund to do what it was going to do. It does not really interfere with the goals of this bill. I ask for your aye vote. It's our last chance to do what's right and to avoid giving our state a giant black eye. Please vote in favor of this amendment.
Any members for their first time? I see people trying to get to the microphones, I think. Representative Banks, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and for this amendment. You know, we have an opportunity to show the people that the state of Wyoming follows through on their word. And this body has already chosen to follow through on their word. And the fact that the other body decided not to, I think, has already started to paint a black eye. And now we have the ability to say, well, we can still do something that moves in the right direction. And all of the industry leaders, all the community leaders, the work that is already behind this to now flush it down the toilet, I just don't think puts the state of Wyoming in a good place. If we get rid of all of this work of the task force, all of the work of the community, industry, everything that's been put behind this, I don't know if we'll ever have a chance to have something of this economic impact in the state, in the most Second Amendment friendly state there is, come back to it. I think that we have a real chance here, and I know the communities up there are really looking at us right now, asking, and the whole state and industry nationwide are looking at us saying if Wyoming will follow through on their word, if Wyoming will continue to show, not just say, that they're Second Amendment friendly. And the economic impacts that we can have by having this collaborated effort. That's not just the state. And if the state backs out, we show that we weren't a real team player in all of this collaboration. There's more people at the table than just the state. And I think we need to remember that and support what we've continued to say we do. And I think we have a good chance here to do that on and for this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative J.T. Larson, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not sure where I'm going to land on this one yet. Members, we've shot down almost every amendment that's tried to put in money from the budget today. And speaking about going back on our word, we've gone back on our word by removing amendments we already passed. So I just don't think it's past this body to do that. So that's my thoughts.
Representative Harrelson, first time, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So you know my heart on this complex. I fought for this complex from the beginning. But the hard part that I have right now is I don't believe that this is the vehicle. This is like trying to put 4,000 tons of gravel in a Chevy Love. We're just not in the right spot, you guys. And I love this concept. Honestly, I want to see this happen as much as anyone, but I'm afraid that what we're doing here is we're again trying to put something in a vehicle that doesn't belong. And I respect the good bringer of the amendment, the good chairman. I don't blame him a bit. I probably do the same thing, besides the fact I just cannot align with the fact that this is not the right vehicle for this amendment. And I think we're going to have to regroup and hope we can hold an outer marker, and when we're here next year, be prepared to bring this forward in a different way. But as of right now, I do not see this being the right vehicle for this amendment. So on and against.
Representative Davis, your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and for the amendment. You know, I'd hate for us to be remembered as the legislative body that did not fulfill our promise to the state.
Representative Heft, for your first time, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and for the amendment. I more than anyone want this shooting complex to be self-sufficient. But I think in order to get them there, we need to give them a jump start. So I reiterate, on and for the amendment.
Representative Kelly, for your first time, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I understand the principle here. I supported the complex based on the principle of this state not breaking our promises. This body did not break its promise, and now we can't break our promise to the Constitution. This is not relevant to the bill. I can't support it in this manner. On and against.
Representative Campbell, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Unfortunately, yes, to be consistent on and against. And I appreciate what the speaker right before me said. Every item of importance that we have attempted to or thought about running an amendment, those are promises made. Those are promises we made in that supplemental budget. Every single one of them was a promise made. And it's unconstitutional, and it's a really lousy position to be in. So on and against.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Yin, for your first time, sir.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. So this is one of the few bills that we actually could do what we're doing because it is providing for the transfer from and the reversions of funds from the SIPA. And so that's all this is doing. I kind of wish we had talked a little bit more about the previous amendment, because I do think that's actually more important than the amendment that we're talking about now, even though I do support the amendment we're talking about now. I don't think that this is necessarily, because we're going to move all of the existing funds out of the SIPA, right? It's just going to go into a different account. That's what this amendment is doing. It's just a question of, do you want to use this as a vehicle to support that? It's not the capital construction bill, right? But it is about moving funds from specifically the SIPA to another account. But I do wish we had supported both this one and the one previous. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any other members for their first time? Representative Worf, please.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. This is hard for me. You guys know I'm a hook and bullet guy. But it is so infuriating to me that we have excise taxes that are already collected to the tune of over $20 million a year that should be directed towards promoting shooting sports and building ranges and hunter safety. And it's very troubling to me that those excise tax dollars are being used for different purposes when in fact we've identified a need. And I guess I just, I feel like my oath to the Constitution's more important to me than maybe this vote. I believe that there's other avenues that are available to do this without us diverting funds to this project. And I would love to see ranges built in all of our counties. We all should have a shooting range that we can all be proud of. Enough money is generated by shooting sports that we all should have that opportunity. Not saying that we can't have one great big large one that we can attract people to this wonderful state. But I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to vote against this amendment. I just do not think it goes with my principles. I've always voted against inclusion of budget items in the bill, and I think this is one of those times I'm gonna have to vote no.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Rodriguez-Williams, Chairman Williams, first time, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and for the amendment. I appreciate the good bringers' creativity and making it germane to the bill. I'll go on my 5th year here in office, supporting the industry and removing barriers so it can flourish in our gun-friendly state, firearm-friendly state, firearm manufacturer-friendly state. All this bill is doing is releasing funding, transferring funding via previous commitment. On and for.
Thank you, Representative. Any others for the first time? Representative Connolly, first time, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, we just had a previous bill, and it falls into the same thing as this one. Is it constitutional or isn't it? It was doing the same thing. It was transferring funds from SIPA so that the prison could get what they need for safety and security. And that got voted down. My question is, what's the difference? They're both the same, coming the same way, and maybe I'm out of line for talking about that other bill, but it was really no different than this one. So I don't know how I'm gonna vote.
Any other members for their first time on the amendment? Any other members, first time, second time on the amendment? Representative Larson is making it. Any others that want to get there before he makes his way? Okay, we will wait for Representative Larson. Here he is. Representative Larson, please, second time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would just appreciate a little bit of consistency on these amendments that we're trying to wedge into bills from our body.
Last call, second time. Any members for their second time? Representative Davis. Representative, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've heard many people say there's another avenue out there. Well, apparently we're out of avenues. I mean, this is down to the crunch time. And as a businessman, you know, we talk about missed opportunities. You know, the bringer of this amendment is thinking outside the box, but he's putting it in the correct box. And I believe this is a good avenue to get not only the 3 million, but get the additional funds moving towards this project. So on and for this amendment.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Banks for your second time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I agree with a couple of the other speakers, and I supported that last amendment as well because I think it's just as important. And the fact that this might not be constitutional or isn't germane, I'll have to push back a little bit. This has to do with reversions of funds within the SIPA. And I think that falls right into line with everything that's in the bill. I mean, we can talk about that. We've talked about that before, but I think that this one has a lot more standing than things that we've done earlier. I just think that it's important that we look at that. Absolutely, we take our constitutional oaths very seriously. I do as well. And I wouldn't support something that's unconstitutional. I believe that we have an opportunity. I think this is a good vehicle that this was put into. I think it falls within the ability to be constitutional, and urge your support for this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Heft, are you in the queue? Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and for the amendment. You know, we let the cat out of the sack on this thing. And once you know that happens, it's kind of hard to get the cat back in. I reiterate, let's give this thing a bump, get it started, get going on it, work on it some more in the budget next year. Let's make it happen.
Any other representatives for their second time? Second time, ladies and gentlemen. Seeing none, to the bringer, Representative Washit, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So let's start with this constitutionality thing. What's the purpose of Senate File 169? Take all the money out of SIPA account, put it someplace else. That's the purpose of the bill. So unlike some of the earlier bills where we were moving money around from this account to do something completely different than what that bill was all about, this is a SIPA bill spending money from the SIPA account. I don't know how you make it any more constitutional. This is as germane as it comes. This is single topic. So whether we just move all that money into the LISRA, or we move all that money into the general fund, or we move a piece of that money to accomplish this complex, it's germane, folks. This body bought a helicopter in a task force bill. And you're going to tell me that this is unconstitutional? This makes sense. This preserves the image of our state. This says that the people in the legislature can be counted on. We put forth a proposal to these communities. They embraced it. They did their very best to comply with our expectations. And now we're going to kick them to the curb? Really? That's not what we do in Wyoming. We live up to our promises. That's that cowboy way, right? We told this community that they had earned recognition as the home of the Wyoming State Shooting Complex. And while we had originally intended to take this money out of a tourism account, which certainly fit, now we're taking money out of a strategic projects account. This is a strategic project. It's going to deliver in the future. It's going to deliver for the economic development of our state in the future. It's by definition, a strategic project. How can we be any more germane than that? It fits, folks. This amendment fits. And it allows us as a body to look people in the eye and say that we can be counted on. And all those firearms people who've been supporting this bill, who went out to SHOT Show, or to that trade show in Las Vegas, and spoke up for our state, and showed off this beautiful site that will give us a world-class facility that will be the envy of shooting facilities across the country. Another member said, hey, I don't know this is the right thing for government money. If you believe in the Second Amendment, if you're a gun guy like I am, look around our state. How many state parks and recreation areas do we have for boaters and fishermen and hikers and bicyclists? I think the last time I counted, like 15 recreation areas. How many of them are dedicated to our shooting sports, to our hunters, our shooters, our archers? It's about darn time that we had one to reflect the culture of our good state and to help us continue to market our state to firearms manufacturers across the country that are tired of being in blue states and are looking for a new home. Don't give our state a black eye. Keep your heads held high, $3 million, and allow us to use the $10 million that was already approved in 2023. This bill may not be perfect, but it's honorable and it's germane. Please vote aye.
Members, you're voting on second reading amendment number 3 to Senate File 169. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. Chairs in doubt, please stand. Chairs becoming less doubtful. Okay, you may be seated. Those in favor, please stand. Or those opposed, excuse me, please stand. Yeah. Mm-hmm. You may be seated. The amendment has not been adopted. 22.
Point of order.
I thought they said it was not supposed to be a roll call.
Point of order.
Oh, Representative Pendergraft.
Just, I'm not certain. There's an appropriation in there. Is there a dollar limit or is that?
Yep. Representative Haroldson, you have a privilege you'd like to do?
Privilege of the floor.
Please, let us give a chance to get things organized here.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So up in our West Gallery, we've got a treat. Normally, we don't get this to happen, and it's pretty fun, but one of my sisters got to join us today with her husband and her 2 kids. So Erica and Kyle, Noble, and Creed are up here from Wheatland, and they are some big fans of the legislature, and they watch us regularly.
Welcome to the House. Thanks for sharing your brother, uncle, all that cool stuff. We appreciate him here on the floor. So thanks for being here. Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Allemand? No. Andrew? Angelos? Banks? Bear? Brady? No. Bratton? No. Brown Gary? No. Brown Landon? Byron? Aye. Campbell Elisa? No. Campbell Kevin? Chestick? No. Clouston? Aye. Connolly? Aye. Davis? Aye. Eklund? No. Erickson? Aye. Filer? Aye. Geringer? Guggenmoss? No. Haroldson? No. Harshman? Aye. Heiner? No. Heft? Aye. Jarvis? No. Johnson? No. Kelly? No. Knapp? Knapp? No. Larson Lloyd? Aye. Larson JT? Aye. Lawley? No. Lean? No. Locke, Lucas,
Please, members.
McCann, Nicholas, Ottman, Pendergraft, Posey, Provenza, Riggins, excused, Rodriguez Williams, Schmid, excused, Sherwood, Singh, Smith, Storer, Strock, Stivar, Tarver, Thayer, Washut, Wasserberger, Webb, Weber, Worf, Williams, Winter, Wiley, Yin. Mr. Speaker? Thayer, repeat. Riggins? Riggins excused to no. Are there any changes? Are there any changes? Campbell, Kevin, excused to? Aye. Further changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 21 aye, 40 no, 1 excused.
By your vote, you have decided not to adopt second reading amendment number 3 to Senate File 169. Senate File 169 having been read two separate times. The question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Hearing no objection, it is so ordered. Next Senate file for consideration, Senate File 171. Reading clerk.
Senate File 171, sponsored by Senator Nethercott, City and Town Regulatory Reduction, an act relating to cities and towns.
Senate File 171 having been read two separate times. This question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Hearing no objection, it is so ordered. Senate File 174, next bill for consideration.
Senate File 174, sponsored by Senator Driscoll, Constitutional Apportionment 2, an act relating to state legislative districts.
Senate File 174 having been read two separate times. The question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Hearing no objection, it is so ordered. Next Senate File for our consideration, Senate File 191.
Senate File 191, sponsored by Senator Beitman, state funds, proxy voting, and pecuniary investments, an act relating to state funds.
We have amendments. Representative Larson, JT, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'll move second reading amendment number 1 to Senate File 191 and ask for your favorable consideration. Members, I brought this amendment last reading. This deals with the MRG funds, Mineral Royalty Grant Funds. And I sent about 3:30 today, I sent a document to everybody with the list of projects that this program has funded all over the state of Wyoming for the since August of 2020. And a lot of it is matching, but some of it's full grants. So, but this does benefit our small towns, especially with infrastructure needs. Definitely something needed, and we should support moving forward. I don't think infrastructure problems can wait a year until we get into our next budget. So I think this is probably the most appropriate bill. I wanted to say it's 100% appropriate, but it's what I could find and try to work into the bill. And so encourage an aye vote on the amendment and ask for your favorable consideration. And so I guess I'll stand for any questions or discussion.
Any members for their first time? Representative Williams, first time, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As you would remember, we discussed this at length during a supplemental budget conversation, and please refer to that list that was sent to your email. Since the passing of Senate File 69, these funds, Mineral Royalty Grant Program funds, are even more vital for small communities to meet urgent needs, and would certainly encourage your aye vote.
Turn the microphone on. Any other members? Representative Davis. First time, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, folks, these are very critical. This whole session, we've talked about the state of Wyoming is aging and falling apart. You know, we've give the property tax, that reduces these funds out here. Uh-oh, a little rowdy up there on the front line. But anyway.
We're going to be fine. Continue, Representative Davis.
We need these funds for these small communities. They are very dependent upon them. We're a state of aging infrastructure, you know, and without these funds out there for these guys to tap onto, we're just pushing them down just a little harder. So I would urge an aye on this amendment.
Any other members for their first time? First time on the amendment, number one. Any further second time? Second bite at the apple? No one? Representative Larson, JT, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And a couple speakers ago, the point they raised about us passing Senate File 69, that is right. The towns and communities that rely most on residential and don't have industry are impacted the most by the cut. And so infrastructure is going to be an even larger burden on those communities and something even more challenging to address. So this is definitely the avenue to go. I encourage an aye vote.
Members are voting on second reading amendment number one to Senate File 191. Will be a roll call. There is an appropriation. Chief Clerk, whenever you're ready, please call the roll, ma'am.
Allemand? No. Andrew? No. Angelos? No. Banks? Aye. Bear? No. Brady? No. Bratton? No. Brown Gary? No. Brown Landon? No. Byron? No. Campbell Elisa? No. Campbell Kevin? No. Chestick? Clauston? No. Connolly? No. Davis? Aye. Eklund? Aye. Erickson? Aye. Filer? Aye. Geringer? No. Guggenmoss? No. Harrelson? No. Harshman? Aye. Heiner? No. Heft? No. Jarvis? Aye. Johnson? No. Kelly? No. Knapp? No. Larson Lloyd? Larson JT? Aye. Lawley? Lean? No. Locke? No. Lucas? No. McCann? No. Nicholas? Aye. Ottman? No. Pendergraft? No. Posey? Aye. Provenza? No. Riggins? No. Rodriguez Williams? No. Schmid? Excused. Sherwood? No. Singh? No. Smith? No. Storer? Strzok? No. Stivar? No. Tarver? No. Thayer? Aye. Washut? No. Wasserberger? No. Webb? Aye. Weber? Worf? No. Williams? Aye. Winter? No. Wiley? Aye. Yin? Repeat. Aye. Mr. Speaker, are there any changes? Are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 17 aye, 44 no, 1 excused.
By your vote, you have chosen not to adopt second reading amendment number one to Senate File 191. Next amendment for our consideration, number two to Senate File 191. Representative Locke, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move House Second Reading Amendment Number 2 to Senate File 191. And let me talk about this bill just a little bit. As you can see, kind of in lines 1 through 8, you can see that this is requiring the state treasurer and the Wyoming Retirement Board to provide for a range of activities, including providing definitions, authorizing contracts, and use of investment earnings, and making conforming amendments. So I'm hopefully getting a little closer to picking the right horse, but I guess we'll find out here pretty quick. But let me tell you what this amendment does, basically. This amendment gives the state treasurer, it authorizes the 3 full-time positions within the investment division for purposes of this act now, and then it is basically funded from the special revenue authorized for expenditure under basically the section in 94722, section F. And that section is actually created in 191. You'll see that if you flip over to page 6, you'll see where section F is created, where the investment entity may use not more than 1 basis point, but basically this is the section that's creating the revenue stream that's being allowed to support this this activity, others that are doing this already, and it provides this additional revenue, this $1 million little over revenue for these exact positions. So that's basically what this does. It's adding these positions to this bill. It's funding coming right from the very section that's created in this bill. I believe it's relevant, but again, I ask for your aye vote on this amendment to get these in place. Basically, what this is there for is to provide that executive who handles the investment. As you know, he's going through some changes. There's a key individual leaving. This provides for positions and the capability for that executive to get the right people in place, adjust his staff, and make sure that our investment staff is in place to continue to invest in money and do the right things for the state. So I ask for your aye vote for this amendment.
Thank you, Representative. Any members for the first time? Representative Larson, JT, first time, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to be on and in favor of this amendment, just like I have been for all the other amendments. I hope people stay consistent.
Any other representatives for their first time? First time on the amendment. Representative Brown, Landon, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a quick question. As I read the amendment, the section A says for purposes of this act and investing funds. I just want to make sure that as we're putting this in, if this gets voted in, gets put it in there, that these 3 positions are not only going to be dedicated to this particular piece of law, because I feel like that would be a really dangerous piece of law to have in there, that we're going to hire 3 people to only work on this particular law. That's a lot of money and a lot of manpower for only one particular piece of law. And it sounds to me like this particular office needs help in other areas. As I read this as it is in statute, I feel like we're actually kind of hog-tying ourselves a little bit. So just if we can make sure that we have that right, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Yin, for your first time, sir.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I think that language, this act and investing in state funds, is put in there very specifically to make it even more germane to the bill.
Other members for their first time. First time on the amendment. Representative Harshman. I'm assuming, unless you've got another space. Nope, there he goes. Yeah, it will shock you. You got to watch it. Go ahead, Representative Harshman. It's always exciting going to the microphone now.
Yeah, shocking, actually, literally. On and for the amendment. And this is, all these amendments we've talked about today are very important. And this one is certainly, as we have built this bench over the last 20 years, and we want to continue to grow this revenue stream, which is now 30%, unless we cut it back, and grow it, because someday it's going to have to be more. And just with our small population and the 10th largest state with the smallest population, there's a lot of stuff to fix, a lot of stuff to work on, and a lot of miles between our streets. So it's going to be really important. So on and for, thank you.
Representative Provenza, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just for members that are concerned about consistency, and I've been no all day, I do think that this fits into the bill far better than the rest of the amendments we've looked at. We're looking at the same title, same chapter. So on, and I think for the amendment, but I just wanted to explain why you've heard no from me all day. As you heard earlier today, I talked about Constitution. I think this fits better. So thank you.
Thank you, Madam Representative. Any other members for their first time? First time on the amendment. Seeing none, second time on the amendment. Representative Yen, second time on the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, sorry, and I wanted to make clear from my, I meant to answer the question from the Laramie County representative, that it doesn't hogtie. It will mean that implementing this act will be one of the duties of those 3 members, but the rest of their duties will likely be investing in state funds. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative. Any members for their second time? Second time on the amendment. Seeing no one rushing to the microphones, back to the bringer. Representative Locke, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, previous speaker, for clarifying. But yes, it was not the intent to hogtie these positions. They will go into the normal pool in that investment group of folks. That was the intent of the amendment. And again, I asked for your favorable consideration, and I vote on the amendment.
All right, members, you are voting on second reading amendment number 2 to Senate File 191. This is a roll call, so Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Allemand? No. Andrew? No. Angelos? No. Banks? No. Bear? No. Brady? No. Bratton? No. Brown Gary? No. Brown Landon? Byron? Campbell Elisa? Campbell Kevin? Chestick? Clouston? Connolly? Davis? Eklund? Erickson? Filer? Geringer? Guggenmoss? Haraldson? Harshman? Heiner? Heft? Jarvis? Johnson? Kelly? Knapp? Larson Lloyd? Larson JT? Lawley? Lean? Locke? Lucas? McCann? Nicholas? Ottman? Pendergraft? Posey? Provenza? Riggins? Rodriguez-Williams? Schmid? Excused? Sherwood? Singh? Smith? Storer? Strzok? Stivar? Tarver? Thayer? Washut? Wasserberger? Webb? Weber? Worf? Williams? Winter? Wiley? Yin? Mr. Speaker, are there any changes? Are there any changes? Jarvis, no to aye. Further changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 22 aye, 37 no, 3 excused.
By your vote, you have chosen not to adopt second reading amendment number 2 to Senate File number 191. Next amendment for consideration, second reading amendment number 3. Representative Harshman, please proceed.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd move second reading amendment number 3 to Senate File 191. Folks, in front of you is the same title, chapter, and section of this law and this bill, Wyoming's Next Generation Account. Members, I heard from 2 ladies on committee number 2 who said they liked the folks down the hall's idea of how to fund this next generation guaranteed no income tax account. And so I incorporated that. Hey, I'm just trying to do what I know how to follow directions, Mr. Speaker. So 2 things had changed. If you look on the first page of the amendment, down on line 40, and we're here, you know, if I was ever speaker again, first thing I'd do is get rid of all these computer screens. We'd be back to paper bills. We actually used to read bills in this chamber. But anyway, Mr. Speaker, July 1st of 2026, That's when it goes into effect. So we have a whole year to talk about this. The Cap Fin Committee can study it and work that. And then, Mr. Speaker and ladies and gentlemen, on page 2, this came from an amendment from the folks down the hall. You can see the deposits. If we have over $1 3/4 billion in the LSRA, we deposit 100 million. Paragraph B on line 9 drops to 75 if that drops below. And then you can see the 50 if we're at 1.5, 25 at 1.2, and so on. So I'm seeing heads nod. So, Mr. Speaker, it begins the program a year later, gets our money working harder for us, and we'll deposit out of the LSRA according to the LSRA's account, a balance. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I'd answer any questions.
Any members for their first time? First time on the bill, on the amendment, excuse me, on the amendment? Really? Nobody wants to chat about this? All right, back to the bigger. Representative Harshman.
Mr. Speaker, someday somebody will tape a yellow piece of paper next to our portraits if you pass this. We will, the 68th will move into the top 5, and this will be a big deal. And we've had some big deals today, but this is it. So appreciate your aye vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Members, you're voting on second reading amendment number 3 to Senate File 191. See, this one is not an appropriation, so all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. Amendment has not been adopted. Division being called. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Or stand up, for heaven's sakes. Please stand and stand still if you can. I know you want to move around, but please stand still. Okay. You may be seated. Oh, one more. Okay. All those opposed, please stand. More than 19. Okay. Amendment has not been adopted. Senate File 191, having been read 2 separate times, the question is, shall the bill be read a 3rd time? Hearing no objection, it is so ordered. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Next bill for our consideration, Senate Joint Resolution number 4.
Senate Joint Resolution 4, sponsored by Senator Pearson. Resolution on commercial-based load power generation. A joint resolution requesting the governor concentrate on promoting stable dispatchable base load power resources from Wyoming in lieu of taxpayers subsidized commercial wind and solar generated power.
Senate Joint Resolution number 4, having been read 2 separate times, the question is, shall the bill pass? Or, excuse me, be read a 3rd time? All those in favor? Any objections? I'm having a hard time getting all this organized right now. No objections? It will be read a 3rd time, so ordered. There we go. All right, let's just hit that thing and move on. All right, next thing for our consideration, that completes our second reading list, ladies and gentlemen, and actually you've gotten done in pretty fair time. Now we'll move on to our concurrences, and we don't have any enrolled acts or anything. Messages, we do have some enrolled acts. Messages from the Senate. Reading clerk.
Message 441. Mr. Speaker, Senate File 43, Temporary Water Use Agreements Amendments. The Senate adopted the Joint Conference Committee number 1 report on the bill listed above by the vote indicated. Ayes 28, noes 2, excused 1. Message 442. Mr. Speaker, the Senate appointed Senate conferees to meet with the Light Committee number 1 from the House on amendments to House Bill 246. Senate conferees are Senator Smith, Chairman, Senator Boner, Senator Ide. Message 443. Mr. Speaker, the Senate appointed Senate conferees to meet with the Light Committee number 1 from the House on amendments to House Bill 154. Senate conferees are Senator Pearson, Chairman, Senator Hicks, Senator Steinmetz. Message 444. Mr. Speaker, Senate File 196, Second Amendment Protection Act amendments. The Senate failed to concur on House amendments to the bill listed above by the vote indicated. Ayes 5, noes 26. Message 445. Mr. Speaker, the Senate appointed Senate conferees to meet with the Light Committee Number 1 from the House on amendments to Senate File 196. The Senate conferees are Senator Salazar, Chairman, Senator Beitman, Senator Nethercott. Message 446. Mr. Speaker, the Senate did concur on House amendments to the bill listed above by the vote indicated. Senate File 51, Wyoming Telecommunications Act revisions. Ayes 28, noes 3. Message 447. Mr. Speaker, Senate File 17, Carbon Dioxide Enhanced Oil Recovery Stimulus. The Senate failed to concur on House amendments to the bill listed above by the vote indicated. Ayes 12, noes 19. Message 448. Mr. Speaker, Senate File 86, Alternative Teaching Certificate. The Senate adopted the Joint Conference Committee Number 1 report on the bill listed above by the vote indicated. Ayes 28, noes 3. Message 449. Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading by the vote indicated. House Bill 83, Child Custody Sex Offense Conviction Presumption. Excuse me. Ayes 27, noes 4. Message 450. Mr. Speaker, House Bill 136, Volunteer First Responder Health Insurance Revisions. The House bill listed above passed on third reading in an amended form as follows by the vote indicated. Ayes 23, noes 8. The Senate respectfully asks the House to concur by adopting the listed amendments. Message 451. Mr. Speaker, House Bill 147, Prohibition of Institutional Discrimination. The House bill listed above passed on third reading in an amended form by the vote indicated. Ayes 29, noes 2. Message 452. Mr. Speaker, House Bill 207, Religious Freedom Restoration Act. The House bill listed above passed on third reading in an amended form by the vote indicated. Ayes 28, noes 3. Senate respectfully asks the House to concur by adopting the listed amendments. Message 453. Mr. Speaker, House Bill 279, Property Tax Exemption Order of Application. The House bill listed above passed on third reading in an amended form as follows by the vote indicated. Ayes 31. The Senate respectfully asks the House to concur by adopting the listed amendments. Message 454. Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading by the vote indicated. House Bill 318, Maintenance of Voter Lists. Ayes 29, noes 2. Message 455. Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading by the vote indicated. House Bill 337, Prohibiting Foreign Funding of Ballot Measures. Ayes 31. Message 456. Mr. Speaker, House Joint 3, Support for Rural Schools. The House bill listed above passed on third reading in an amended form as follows by the vote indicated. Ayes 25, noes 6. The Senate respectfully asks the House to concur by adopting the listed amendments. Message 457. Mr. Speaker, House Bill 47, Secretary of State, Expedited Filings. The House bill listed above passed on third reading in an amended form as follows by the vote indicated. Ayes 29, noes 2. The Senate respectfully asks the House to concur by adopting the listed amendments. Message 458. Mr. Speaker, House Bill 62, Prostitution Amendments. The House bill listed above passed on third reading in amended form as follows by the vote indicated. Ayes 17, noes 14. The Senate respectfully asks the House to concur by adopting the listed amendments. Message 459. Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading by the vote indicated. Ayes 31. Message 460. Mr. Speaker, House Bill 228, Prohibition on Private Funds for Conducting Elections. The House bill listed above passed on third reading in an amended form as follows by the vote indicated. Ayes 30, noes 1. The Senate respectfully asks the House to concur by adopting the listed amendments. Message 461. Mr. Speaker, the Senate appointed Senate conferees to meet with the Light Committee Number 1 from the House amendments to Senate File 17. The Senate conferees are Senator Rothfuss, Chairman, Senator Anderson, Senator Nethercott. Sincerely, Ellen Thompson, Senate Chief Clerk.
Thank you, Reading Clerk. Representative Winter, would you like to have a privilege of the floor, I believe, sir? We'll do that right now.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Privilege of the floor.
By all means, you can go ahead.
Ladies and gentlemen, I just wanted to personally thank you for myself and my family for all your thoughts and prayers and support during our time of the funeral and whatever. It's really a pleasure to serve with you folks here in this house, and I just wanted you to know that, and I just really appreciate all of you. So thank you.
Representative Winter, it is an honor and a pleasure to serve with you as well, sir. And we do continue to pray for your family in your time of loss of your grandson, and continue to hold the rest of your family up in prayer as well. The honor is truly ours, sir. Thank you for being with us. We are at that order of business of signing of enrolled acts. First enrolled act for our consideration is Enrolled Act number 64.
Senate Enrolled Act number 64, being original Senate File 50, an act relating to the Insurance Holding Company System Regulatory Act, specifying requirements regarding group capital calculations, group capital ratios, liquidity of stress tests, liquidity stress test results, and related information, amending confidentiality provisions, providing definitions, requiring rulemaking, and providing for effective dates, being enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming.
I'm about to sign Enrolled Act number 64, having been original Senate File 50. I have so signed. Next enrolled act for our consideration, number 65.
Senate Enrolled Act number 65, being original Senate File 52. An act relating to the insurance code, amending the definition of insurance transaction, making requirements applicable to original certificates of authority applied to all certificates of authority, requiring insurers to update their contact information as specified, amending service of processing requirements, clarifying requirements regarding reporting of actions, clarifying the applicability of statutes governing property and casualty insurance, repealing the requirement for insurers to deliver certificates of authority to the insurance commissioner upon expiration, suspension, or termination of the certificates, repealing disclosure requirements regarding the extent to which disability, group disability, and blanket disability insurance policies include comprehensive adult wellness benefits, and providing for an effective date, being enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming.
I'm about to sign Enrolled Act number 65, having an original Senate File number 52. I have so signed. Next enrolled act for our consideration, Enrolled Act number 66.
Senate Enrolled Act number 66, being original Senate File 97. An act relating to the Uniform Trust Code, clarifying the definition of qualified trustee, specifying who is required to receive notice for judicial proceedings related to trusts, specifying the no rule of perpetuities apply to non-charitable purpose trusts, specifying when a trustee can reimburse a person for certain tax costs attributable to the trust, specifying applicability and providing for an effective date, being enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming.
I'm about to sign Enrolled Act number 66, having been originally Senate File number 97. I have so signed. Next enrolled act, 67.
Senate Enrolled Act number 67, being original Senate File 100. An act relating to criminal procedure, specifying and amending procedures for children to testify in specified criminal cases outside the presence of the defendant and the jury, specifying accommodations that may be provided to the children testifying in specified criminal cases, making conforming amendments and providing for an effective date, being enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming.
I'm about to sign Enrolled Act number 67, having been original Senate File 100. I have so signed. Next enrolled act number 68.
Senate Enrolled Act number 68, being original Senate File 102. An act relating to taxation and revenue, providing tax exemptions for surviving parents of veterans as specified, requiring rulemaking and providing for effective dates, being enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming.
I'm about to sign Enrolled Act number 68, having been original Senate File 102. I have so signed. Next enrolled act, 69.
Senate Enrolled Act number 69, being original Senate File 158. An act relating to the insurance code, specifying requirements for third-party access to dental network contracts, providing requirements for the use of virtual credit card payments and other methods of payments for dental services, providing contractual requirements, providing definitions, specifying applicability, requiring rulemaking, and providing for effective dates, being enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming.
I am about to sign Enrolled Act number 69, having been original Senate File 158. I have so signed. Next Enrolled Act is House Enrolled Act number 59.
House Enrolled Act number 59, being original House Bill 219, an act relating to state lands, providing a perpetual easement over state and school lands for county and municipal roads, specifying requirements for easements, specifying duties for the Board of Land Commissioners and the Office of State Lands and Investments, making conforming amendments, providing legislative findings, requiring rulemaking, providing for effective date, being enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming.
I'm about to sign Enrolled Act number 59, having been original House Bill number 219. I have so signed. Congratulations, Representative Locke. Next Enrolled Act for our consideration, House Enrolled Act number 60.
House Enrolled Act number 60, being original House Bill 83, an act relating to domestic relations, specifying a rebuttable presumption that no sex offender shall have unsupervised visitation with a child, requiring consideration of sex-related convictions when considering the best interest of the child in custody determinations upon divorce, and providing for an effective date, being enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming.
I am about to sign Enrolled Act number 60, having been original House Bill 83. I have so signed. Congratulations, Representative Pendergraft. Enrolled Act number 61, next for our consideration.
House Enrolled Act number 61, being original House Bill 337, an act relating to elections, requiring groups, political action committees, and organizations that are influencing a statewide initiative or referendum to file statements relating to funding from prohibited sources, prohibiting a foreign national from controlling or influencing the decision-making of a group, political action committee, or organization influencing a statewide initiative or referendum, providing a cause of action, specifying penalties, and providing for an effective date, being enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming.
I'm about to sign Enrolled Act number 61, having been original House Bill 337. I have so signed. Congratulations, Representative Weber. Next Enrolled Act for our consideration, Enrolled Act number 62.
House Enrolled Act number 62, being original House Bill 318, an act relating to elections, clarifying the duties of the Secretary of State related to verification of voter registration data, specifying when notice of intent to cancel a registration may be provided, and providing for an effective date, being enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming.
I'm about to sign Enrolled Act number 62, having been original House Bill 318. I have so signed. Congratulations, Representative Lucas. Okay. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, to allow the desk up here to get things kind of organized, we're going to take about 5 minutes to stand and ease for 5 minutes, and we'll be back at it here. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you ever want to, it's hard for you folks, I know, to see from that angle of what happens up here, but you ought to see what these ladies and gentlemen up here are doing right now to try to organize this. What just came flooding in from the Senate is unbelievable. And I know she don't want you to say nothing about it because she hates for anybody to acknowledge that these people are amazing, but they are amazing what they are doing and organizing, and they need a hand. They got screens going and papers are shuffling, and I mean, it's crazy. I don't know how they do it, but it's talent, pure talent. We sure appreciate you.
Yeah. Privilege.
Please, privilege. Who am I looking at? Oh, Representative Williams. Go ahead, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If we have 5 minutes, I could tell you a story about some old cowboy friends of mine. It's not very exciting, but it's true.
Please proceed, Williams.
Bronc to breakfast calendars hang faded on the walls. There's a lost and aimless wandering through the corridors and halls of slippered feet that shuffle on a waxed and polished floor, and vacant stares of emptiness from the men who ride no more. Men who once rode proudly, men with long straight backs, men who covered hill and plain with steel-shod horses' tracks, now pass their idle days in rooms with numbers on the door, with orderlies and nurses for the men who ride no more. Time was when spur rowels jingled, when boot heels bumped the floor, dawns with hot black coffee and saddling up at 4, with feet in tapaderos and broncs between their knees, and silken neck scarves snapping as they turned into the breeze. From full-blown living legends true to writing for the brand, to the scarcely mediocre who could hardly make a hand. They would gather for the branding or the shipping in the fall. Now it's walker, cane, and wheelchair in the antiseptic hall. And they all have their mementos on the table by their side, like a cracked and fading snapshot of a horse he used to ride, or standing with the wife beside a 37 Ford, a high-heeled boot hooked nonchalant on a muddy running board. Just instants frozen from the past that somehow give a clue to who and what they were before their riding days were through. Horseback men with horseback rules from horseback days of yore. Their one and only wish would be to somehow ride once more. To once more rope a soggy calf and drag it to the fire, to long trot for half a day and see no post or wire, to ride a morning circle, catch a fresh one out at noon, and trot him in when the day was done at the rising of the moon. To put in one more horseback day and have just one more chance, to ride home to a pretty wife and drive her to the dance, to take her hand and hold her close and waltz across the floor before the time to join the ranks of the men who ride no more.
Thank you, Representative Williams. Representative Williams, we got a poet laureate coming in tomorrow morning. They canceled. Oh, I thought maybe it was going to be a competition. It's not. It's going to be maybe potentially, if you'd like to do a little thinking tonight, maybe you'd like to fill in that spot. We'll have an opening if you're interested, sir.
Mr. Speaker, that's a great idea, but we're not going to use it. Thank you.
Okay, all right. If anybody else feels compelling to be poetic or wax that way, then you're sure welcome to, because we'll have an opening in the morning, ladies and gentlemen. Representative Huft, please.
So, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's that time of day for a pork joke. Why do you never, ever invite a pig to your caucus?
Please tell us.
'Cause he'll squeal.
Representative Filer, are you busily trying to put something together for us to? He's trying.
Mr. Speaker, I've got a story.
I wish I could get Deb to tell it. She just told me she refuses to repeat it, but it's really cute. Go ahead. What do you got?
So folks, I've got a story. There was this guy walking down a country road, and he came upon a house, and there was a lady working in the yard, And he asked if she had any work for him, and she said, yep, I need my Porsche painted. So she gave him a can of paint, and he went around back of the house, and soon he emerged from the back of the house, gave her the can of paint, and she settled up with him, and as he was leaving, he said, by the way, that isn't a Porsche, it's a BMW. So we should pay attention to business is what the moral to that story is.
I can see we've got a potential for some pretty lively evenings as we go forward in the next days to come, as we have these little stalled out or waiting on stuff. Representative Chestick, what do you have for us, sir?
Privilege of the floor, Mr. Speaker.
Absolutely. Please proceed.
Where do bad rainbows go? Bad rainbows. They go to PRISM. It's a light sentence, but they can reflect on things.
Oh, that's cute. I don't thought that. Oh my gosh. Deb, do you want to tell your story? Oh, Representative Filer, what'd you come up with, boss?
Okay, Mr. Speaker. All right. Oh my God. Hey, that's messed up. It's the afternoon. You're not supposed to boo me in the afternoon. All right. Well, y'all, I used to be addicted to the hokey pokey, but then I turned myself around.
Representative Alaman. This is anyway, go ahead, Representative Alaman, try.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not near in the same class as our cowboy poet, but there is a poem I do remember from my childhood, and back then it actually was my life. And it goes something like this, if I can get through it. I've summered in the tropics with the yellow fever chill. I've been down with the scurvy. I've had every ache and ill. I wintered in the Arctic. No, I didn't winter. I wintered in the Arctic, frostbitten to the bone. I've been on a Chinese whaler where I spent a year alone. I was shanghaied on that whaler, and I was stranded in the deep. But I never knew what misery was till I started herding sheep. The camp boss is now 2 weeks late. The burro's been dead for 3 days. The dogs are all sore-footed, but the sheep have got to graze. They won't bed down till after dark. They're up before the dawn. With their bleeding and their blatting, they're scattered and they're gone. Now, old Job had lots of patience, but he got off plenty cheap, for he never did know what misery was, for he never did herd sheep. Now, the blind and deaf are blessed. No, let me back up just a little. That's it.
All right. We ready to go? Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, if we want to go ahead and gather back up in the chamber, we will go through some concurrence requests here. They were here to east, so we'll bring the feed room is full. Come on back out. Ladies and gentlemen, will the House please come to order? We are at that order of business of signing of concurrence requests. First request for our consideration is message number 458 in regards to House Bill number 62. Chairman Washit, please, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move message 458 regarding House Bill 62, prostitution amendments, and ask for an aye vote. The body down the hall simply asked for a report in terms of the number of cases made and convictions from this change to the statutes. And so talk to the sponsor of the bill. He's fine with it. So I ask for your aye vote.
Any discussion? Any discussion? Seeing none, members will be voting on the concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 62. A majority of the elected members is required. Whenever she's got things organized, Chief Clerk will call the roll.
Allemand, Andrew, Angelos, Banks, Bear, Brady, Bratton, Brown Gary, Brown Landon, Byron, Campbell Elisa, Campbell Kevin, Chestick, Clouston, Connolly, Davis, Eklund, Erickson, Feiler, excused, Geringer, Guggenmoss, Haroldson, excused, Haroldson, aye. Harshman, Heiner, Heft, Jarvis, Johnson, Kelly, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson JT, Lawley, Lean, Locke, Lucas, McCann, Nicholas, Ottman, Pendergraft, Posey, Provenza, Riggins, Rodriguez Williams, Schmid, excused, Sherwood, Singh, Smith, Storr, Strzok, Stivar, Tarver, Thayer, Washut, Wasserberger, Webb, Weber, Worf, Williams, Winter, Wiley, Yin. Mr. Speaker, are there any changes? Any changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 57 aye, 2 no, 3 excused.
By your vote, you have voted to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 62. Next message for our consideration is message number 456 in regards to House Bill 3, House Joint Resolution number 3. Representative Andrew, Chairman Andrew, if you wouldn't mind, sir. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move message number 456 to House Joint Resolution 3 and ask for your concurrence vote. And I turn over the explanation to the sponsor. Thank you.
Representative Sherwood, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this is our rural school resolution. And I am going to say, don't tell them I said this though, but the Senate actually made it better. The body down the hall made it a little better. Thank you. So they added some clarifying language, making sure that when we're talking about rural schools, we're not just talking about the benefit of ranch families, but any family in a rural environment. And then they also made sure that we were talking about public education and that we would transmit and share a copy of the resolution with the recalibration committee. So I thought that was a good addition. And then just added language to make sure that the resolution would not prohibit us from determining adequate levels of funding for rural schools. So I ask for your aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none. Members, you are voting on the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Joint Resolution number 3. A majority of the elected members is required. The Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Allemand, Andrew, Angelos, Banks, Bear, Brady, repeat, Bratton, Brown Gary, Brown Landon, Byron, Campbell Elisa, Campbell Kevin, Chestick, Clouston, Connolly, Davis, Eklund, Erickson, Feiler, Geringer, Guggenmoss, Haroldson, Harshman, Heiner, Heft, Jarvis, Johnson, Kelly, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson JT, Lawley, Lean, Locke, Lucas, McCann, Nicholas, excused Ottman, Pendergraft, Posey, Provenza, Riggins, Rodriguez Williams, Schmid, excused Sherwood, Singh, Smith, Storer, Strock, Stivar, Tarver, Thayer, Washut, Wasserberger, Webb, Weber, Worf, Williams, Winter, Wiley, Yin. Mr. Speaker, are there any changes? Are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 60 aye, 2 excused.
By your vote, you have voted to concur with Senate amendments to House Joint Resolution Number 3. The next message for our consideration is message number 420 in regards to House Bill 316. Representative Baer, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move message number 420, and this is in regards to House Bill 316. Ladies and gentlemen, this was our recalibration bill where we put together a committee for recalibration coming up this interim. In the Senate, based on their decision to not pass Senate File 1, they inserted into this bill the external cost adjustment for education, and then they increased that from the $48.8 million that this body and that body agreed upon in the budget, and they put it at the maximum, which closes the gap entirely, and that is just over $66 million. That is an annual cost, so that will be doubled in the budget if it does pass. But this is the mechanism that they put the external cost adjustment for education. So recommend an aye vote.
Any discussion on the concurrence? Any discussion? Representative, no? All right. Members, you are voting on the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 316. A majority of the elected members is required. Chief Clerk will please call the roll.
Allemand, Andrew, Angelos, Banks, Bear, Brady, Bratton, Brown Gary, Brown Landon, Byron, Campbell Elisa, Campbell Kevin, Chestick, Clouston, Connolly, Davis, Eklund, Erickson, Feiler, Geringer, Guggenmoss, Haroldson, Harshman, Heiner, Heft, Jarvis, Johnson, Kelly, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson JT, Lawley, Lean, Locke, Lucas, McCann, Nicholas, excused Ottman, Pendergraft, Posey, Provenza, Riggins, Rodriguez Williams, Schmid, excused Sherwood, Singh, Smith, Storer, Strock, Stivar, Tarver, Thayer, Washut, Wasserberger, Webb, Weber, Worf, Williams, Winter, Wiley, Yin. Mr. Speaker, Clouston, excused 2 aye. Are there any changes? Are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 60I to excuse.
By your vote, you have voted to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 316. Next message for our consideration is message number 451 in regards to House Bill 147. Chairman Andrew, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move message number 451 to House Bill 147 and ask for your concurrence, and I turn over the explanation to the sponsor.
Representative Rodriguez-Williams, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I encourage an aye on concurrence. What the Senate did was on page 5 after line 7, they inserted some new information that really just pertains to and recognizes Indian tribes as a political class, classification, or identity, federally recognizing them, their programs, trainings, degrees, classes, et cetera. And so I don't think it hurts the bill in any way, and just provides some recognition that they're asking for to make the bill a little better. So on and for concurrence.
Is there any discussion? Oh, Representative Larson, Lloyd, please.
Thank you, and I too would ask for an aye vote on concurrence and just a little more information. Whenever we get into these bills that have classifications and talk about different races, one of the things that we always try to do is make sure that we protect the sovereignty of Indian tribes. Even prior to our independence from the English, it was always a government-to-government relationship. And in 1977, in the Morton versus Mancari decision, the Supreme Court once again ruled that when we're working with tribes, they're a sovereign entity. They're a sovereign entity, a political entity, and not a race. Are they a race within all races? Of course, but particularly when the state is dealing with the tribes on various things, that's a political entity and not a race. And so we always try to make sure that language is in there just to protect the decisions that's come down from the Supreme Court and to protect our good sovereign citizens of this state. So thank you and appreciate an aye vote.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Posey, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I reached out to both the tribal councils, and they're fine with the wording and process that this is taking, so I vote. Thank you.
Any other members? Representative Jarvis, for your first time, please.
Thank you, Speaker. I guess my question is, when we look at this, because I understand the intent and I think it's very admirable, and it's, but does it now make this bill unconstitutional when we identify a specific group of people and allow an alternative way of doing things and treating one specific group of people that we're now not referring to as race? I question that in the, does it change the bill? Because I think in our Constitution, it says that we can't identify or treat any one group of people differently. And well, because I haven't gotten up and spoke on the DEI or all of the different concepts that we have done in this, because I'd like to believe when I look at this that the body believes when we deal with these kind of issues, that by having government entities not address or teach about the differences within cultures or people, that by not talking about it, it will go away. And so I've been on board with this bill at the beginning because it addressed everybody. and it was all-inclusive to everyone. I didn't vote yes to the DEI bill because it just addressed a specific, it was race, ethnicity, and then gender dysphoria, which is, no offense, it's a disorder. It's not even something else. But I just remained quiet on that because I wasn't really sure where we were going there, because honestly, you would want psychologists to be taught about that so they could talk people out of it if that was the intent. But it goes down this crazy path here, because we've taken something that was all-inclusive and looked at it in a way of, if we stop funding it and we stop talking about it in government entities, it will stop being an issue. So that I could get on board with, but I'm not sure, and I'm not speaking, please understand, ill intent on any one population of any person or groups of people, but I am saying that we are clearly then treating a group of people differently and classifying them differently by doing this. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Yin, for your first time, please.
Mr. Speaker, to make it very simple, having a carve-out for one race on a bill called Prohibition of Institutional Discrimination is in fact institutional discrimination. We can have the carve-out, you can call it whatever you want, but that's what we're doing.
Any other members for their first time? Second time. Representative Larson, Lloyd, if you like.
This conversation on tribal sovereignty, political entities, race, is just a fascinating subject. And we've had this discussion here, and we always have to refine it a little bit. So you'll recall when we talked about ICWA, the Indian Child Welfare Act, we had to bring that, we had to bring this conversation in because the Supreme Court ruled that the Indian Child Welfare Act was available to them because, and needed to be in place because they weren't a race, but they were a political entity. In the case that I quoted, there was a challenge in 1977 where the Bureau of Indian Affairs, which had a tribal hiring preference, had a lawsuit filed against us by some non-Indian individuals and said that this was discrimination, similar to kind of what we're talking here. And the Supreme Court came back and ruled that tribes are a sovereign nation, and giving preference to them to have a greater say in the administration of the government was what allowed them to have preference, because they, in doing that. And so they, in this topic today that we're speaking about, so we have the department that oversees adoptions and foster care and guardianships. And they have a direct relationship with the tribes who have responsibility by virtue of their own tribal law and order code to oversee that. But we as a state participate in helping to fund those services, not because they're a race, which could be misconstrued as such, but because of their sovereignty and because they're citizens of the state. So it is an interesting, and I could opine on this for a while, but putting this in the bill was just to help us maintain and understand that our institution of higher education and our state, when our agencies and our universities and our colleges are working and working with programs with our tribes, that they're working government to government and not as a race. So again, I vote on the concurrence, please.
Any other members? Seeing none? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are voting to concur With Senate amendments to House Bill 147, a majority of the elected members is required. The chief clerk will call the roll.
Allemand. Andrew. Angelos. Banks. Bear. Brady. Bratton. Brown Gary. Brown Landon. Byron. Campbell Elisa. Campbell Kevin. Chestick. Clouston. Connolly. Davis. Eklund. Erickson. Feiler. Geringer. Guggenmoss. Haroldson. Harshman. Heiner. Heft. Jarvis. Johnson. Kelly. Knapp. Larson Lloyd. Larson JT. Lawley. Lean. Locke. Lucas. McCann. Nicholas. Excused. Ottman. Pendergraft. Posey. Provenza. Riggins. Rodriguez Williams. Schmid. Excused. Sherwood. Singh. Smith. Storer. Strock. Stivar. Tarver. Thayer. Washut. Wasserberger. Webb. Weber. Worf. Williams. Winter. Wiley. Yin. Mr. Speaker. Are there any changes? Are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 55 aye, 5 no, 2 excused.
By your vote, you have voted to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 147. All right.
No.
Next message for our consideration is message number 452 to House Bill 207, Representative Washut. Here he comes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move adoption of message number 452, reference House Bill 207, the Religious Freedom Restoration Act, and urge an aye vote. The body down the hall made a couple of small changes. The original bill talked about burdening your free exercise of religion. They added the word substantially burden your free exercise. And then they also took out the monetary damages and replaced it with only injunctive relief and declaratory relief. And so I spoke with my folks down the hall who carried the bill down there. Pretty hard position in terms of the form of relief, but injunctive and declaratory relief is still relief. I'd like to get the bill in the green books, and if need be in the future, depending upon how the bill is actually utilized, maybe come back and revisit it in the future. So I ask for your aye vote on concurrence for message 452.
Thank you, Chairman Washut. Any discussion?
207.
Seeing no discussion, question being called. Members, you are voting on the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 207. The majority of the elected members is required. The Chief Clerk will please call the roll.
Allemand. Andrew. Angelos. Banks. Bear. Brady. Bratton. Brown Gary. Brown Landon. Byron. Campbell Elisa. Campbell Kevin. Chestick. Clouston. Connolly. Davis. Eklund. Erickson. Feiler. Geringer. Guggenmoss. Haroldson. Harshman. Heiner. Heft. Jarvis. Johnson. Kelly. Knapp. Larson Lloyd. Larson JT. Lawley. Lean. Locke. Lucas. McCann. Nicholas. Excused. Ottman. Pendergraft. Posey. Provenza. Riggins. Rodriguez Williams. Schmid, excused. Sherwood. Singh, Smith, Storer, Strock, Stivar, Tarver, Thayer, Washut, Wasserberger, Webb, Weber, Worf, Williams, Winter, repeat, Winter, Wiley, Yin. Mr. Speaker, are there any changes? Are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 57 aye, 3 no, 2 excused.
By your vote, you have voted to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 207. Okay. Next message for our consideration is message number 453, excuse me, to House Bill 279. Representative Locke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move message number 453, concurrence request from the Senate for House Bill 279. And just a quick summary of 279, those of you who remember, that was the bill that basically put the exemptions in order that came through this House. And what the Senate has tacked on to this is a $10.5 million appropriation from the general fund. But what this is for is to reimburse or put the backfill in or support for the property tax refund program. So those of you who recall what that is, that's kind of our lowest means tested people who are reaching out. You'll recall last year in that bill, we expanded it to a broader range of people. So it is truly the most needy. It's all means tested. There's 2 different levels, but what we found is we were a little underfunded. So that's what this 10.5 million is. So although I know we've had a hard time putting some of these numbers through, I think this is a pretty important one, and I'm asking everyone for an aye for concurrence on this. The rest of it stayed the same. They just put in that appropriation for that 10.5 million again for the property tax refund program for our means tested folks. Again, I ask for an aye for concurrence.
Thank you, Chairman. Any discussion? Representative Lean, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and in favor of the amendment and ask for concurrence. This was in the budget and it was approved by this House. It's for the most vulnerable at risk of losing their homes due to not being able to pay their taxes, and I urge us to be able to help them cover their bills. It is not enough that we do our best. Sometimes we have to do what is required, and I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Lucas, for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am on and for this amendment. I noticed in the amendment that if we do pass supplemental budget, either the House bill or the Senate file, this appropriation is deducted dollar for dollar from that. So it's what we intended to do all along, folks. So let's do the right thing. On and for the amendment.
Thank you, Representative Brown. Gary, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm on for this concurrence. This helps our seniors, and the backfill can help our counties, so I'm on for this.
Any other representatives for the first time? Representative Yin, first time.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Members, you wouldn't believe how hard it was for me to even put in $2 million just 6 years ago. It's a program that's been really good. Definitely support it. On and for the amendment. On and for the concurrence. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any other members? First time. Representative Bratton? First time. Representative Bratton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We all took a lot of really hard votes today. We said no to a lot of things that we would have supported. But I'm hopeful that there's money in the budget, money in that account, so that we can vote yes for this. I'll be an aye. Please support. Thank you.
Any other members for their first time? Second time? Any members? Seeing none? Chairman Locke.
Again, please vote aye on this one. This is a pretty important one. Again, these are the means tested. These are our most needy for property tax refund. Thank you so much. Aye.
Member, we are voting on the motion to concur with the Senate amendments to House Bill 279. A majority of the elected members is required. Chief Clerk, you'll please call the roll.
Allemand, Andrew, Angelos, Banks, Bear, Brady, Bratton, Brown Gary, Brown Landon, Byron, Campbell Elisa, Campbell Kevin, Chestick, Clauston, Connolly, Davis, Eklund, Erickson, Feiler, Geringer, Guggenmass, Haroldson, Harshman, Heiner, Heft, Jarvis, Johnson, repeat, Kelly, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson JT, Lawley, Lean, Locke, Lucas, McCann, Nicholas, excused, Ottman, Pendergraft, Posey, Provenza, Riggins, Rodriguez Williams, Schmid, excused, Sherwood, Singh, Smith, Storer, Strock, Stivar, Tarver, Thayer, Washut, Wasserberger, Webb, Weber, Worf, Williams, Winter, Wiley, Yin. Mr. Speaker, are there any changes? Campbell Elisa, no to aye. Campbell Kevin, no to aye. Jarvis, no to aye. Further changes? Washut? Further changes? Closing vote? Vote closed. 60 aye, 2 excused.
I actually believe you could have dodged a bullet as fast as you just moved. By your vote, you have voted to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 279. Next message for our consideration, message 460 regarding House Bill 228. Representative Baer, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move message number 460 dealing with House Bill 228, prohibition on private funds for conducting elections. And folks, our colleagues down the hall just added a little bit of language to make it a little more clear for our people who run our elections at the county level. These are a couple of things that I believe they've asked for during the process. And this is what they added. Language that said, nothing in this section shall be construed to prohibit the acceptance and expenditure of federal funds for the purposes of conducting elections as provided by law, and the use of private real property for the purposes of use as polling places as provided by this election code. Because those people who run our elections at the county level oftentimes have to rent space, and they'd like to have that flexibility. It doesn't have to be a public space. It can be a private space that they rent for the purposes of polling. And they stated during testimony that sometimes they even use homes, depending on how rural they are for these polling places. So ask for your aye vote on concurrence.
Any other discussion? Representative Yin.
Mr. Speaker, sorry, I just didn't see this one because it wasn't on our list, so just to repeat for the body, House Bill 228. Yeah, I think it's fine language. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any other members? Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Encourage an aye vote in House District 2, Warren District. We vote in Renner's Garage. Please vote aye.
Okay, any other members? First time? None? Members, we are voting on the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 228. A majority of the elected members is required. The chief clerk will please call the roll.
Allemand. Andrew. Angelos. Banks. Bear. Brady. Bratton. Brown Gary. Brown Landon. Byron. Campbell Elisa. Campbell Kevin. Chestick. Klauston. Connolly. Davis. Eklund. Erickson. Feiler. Geringer. Guggenmoss. Haroldson. Harshman. Heiner. Heft. Jarvis. Johnson. Kelly. Knapp. Larson Lloyd. Larson JT. Lawley. Lean. Locke. Lucas. Lucas. McCann. Nicholas, excused. Ottman. Pendergraft. Posey. Provenza. Riggins. Rodriguez Williams. Schmid, excused. Sherwood. Singh. Smith. Storer. Strock. Stivar. Tarver. Thayer. Washut. Wasserberger. Webb. Weber. Worf. Williams. Winter. Wiley. Yin. Mr. Speaker, are there any changes? Are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 56 aye, 4 no, 2 excused.
By your vote, you have voted to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 228. Okay. Next message for our consideration is message number 450 regarding House Bill 136. Representative Byron, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move message number 450 to House Bill 136 and ask for your aye vote on concurrence. Hate to admit this, but the friends down the hall did some good work, and it was July 1st, and now it's immediately. So please vote aye.
Any discussion? Seeing no discussion, members, you're voting on motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 136. A majority of the elected members is required. The chief clerk will please call the roll.
Allemand. Andrew. Angelos. Banks. Bear. Brady. Bratton. Brown Gary. Brown Landon. Byron. Campbell Elisa. Campbell Kevin. Chestick. Klauston. Connolly. Davis. Eklund. Erickson. Feiler. Geringer. Guggenmoss. Haroldson. Harshman. Heiner. Heft. Jarvis. Johnson. Kelly. Knapp. Larson Lloyd. Larson JT. Lawley. Lean. Locke. Lucas. McCann. Nicholas, excused. Ottman. Pendergraft. Posey. Provenza. Riggins. Rodriguez Williams. Schmid, excused. Sherwood. Singh. Smith. Storer. Strock. Stivar. Tarver. Thayer. Washut. Wasserberger. Webb. Weber. Worf. Williams. Winter. Wiley. Yin. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Are there any changes? Are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 60 aye, 2 excused.
By your vote, you have voted to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 136. Next message for our consideration, message number 448 regarding House Senate File 86. Representative Andrew, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move message number 448 to Senate File 86 and ask for the adoption of the Conference Committee report. Mr. Speaker, we went through the House amendment. We had some conversation where we tried to take some things out of this bill and then tried to put them back in. So in the end, what we leave is, if you go to page 2 of the bill and look at the section between lines 8 and lines 21. So what we did was we reinserted on line 11, accredited or non-accredited. We left our addition of or pathway. And then on line 18, we struck after successful completion of, and inserted if the applicant is enrolled or has completed, and that conforms to other parts of this statute. That was part of the House amendment we adopted on page 19, or line 19, sorry. After certification program, we entered or pathway to conform with our earlier addition. And on line 20, after district, we struck the remaining without a prior request by the superintendent. And so what this bill does at this point is it allows, if they so choose, the state board to approve one of these, really any program they would like to, that they feel is adequate to allow someone with a bachelor's degree to get an alternative certification. So it doesn't require that they accept a certification from any of these groups, but it does allow them to, nor does it require the school district to hire anybody with this form of certification. So I think we came to a good middle ground between the two positions of the House and Senate, and I ask for your adoption of the report. Thank you.
Discussion. Any members? Representative Yin, please.
Mr. Speaker, I know it's late, members, but I would like some discussion again on what the accredited versus non-accredited mean, reinserting the accredited or non-accredited portion of that, what that means. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, because that appears to be the biggest part of that.
Any other members? Any other members? First time. Seeing none, back to the bringer. If you want to answer that question, Representative Chairman Andrew?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Arguably, if we did not reinsert that, the bill could have done the same thing. But I think that the will of the body across the hall was to have, a suggestion that we do look at these non-accredited programs. There are a handful of them. All the ones I looked at are approved, not necessarily accredited, but approved in the same way we're approving them in this bill in 10 or more other states. But again, if the board does not feel like any of these are sufficient, they don't have to approve any of them.
Okay, that's the end of discussion. Okay, members, you're voting on the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 86, or no, excuse me, Senate File 86. Okay, I'll hold tight here for a second, let things kind of get organized. Senate File 86. Motion to concur with message number 448. A majority of the elected members is required. The chief clerk, please call the roll.
Ellamand. Andrew. Angelos. Banks. Bear. Brady. Bratton. Brown, Gary. Brown, Landon. Byron. Campbell, Elisa. Campbell, Kevin. Chestick. Clauston. Connolly. Davis. Eklund. Erickson. Feiler. Geringer. Guggenmoss. Haroldson. Harshman. Heiner. Heft. Jarvis. Johnson. Kelly. Knapp. Larson Lloyd. Larson JT. Lawley. Lean. Locke. Lucas. McCann. Nicholas. Excused. Ottman. Pendergraft. Posey. Provenza. Riggins. Rodriguez Williams. Schmid. Excused. Sherwood. Singh. Singh. Smith. Storer. Strock. Stivar. Tarver. Thayer. Washut. Wasserberger. Webb. Weber. Worf. Williams. Winter. Wiley. Yin. Mr. Speaker, are there any changes? Davis. Aye. 2 no. Further changes? Further changes. Closing vote. Vote closed. 37 aye.
It's 86 there. We just did it. Oh, that was Senate File 86. I'm sorry, excuse me, ladies, not House Bill, Senate File 86. Okay, next we have a message number 447. We have a concurrence that failed. We will be naming a committee. The committee to work the House side will be Chairman Heiner with Rodriguez Williams and Knapp, Representative Knapp. Bill number, Senate File 17 is what this is in regards to. Carbon dioxide enhanced oil recovery stimulus. Message number 447. We have one more failed concurrence here. We're going to be naming a committee to go discuss this with our Senate counterparts. This is in regards to Senate message number 444. In regards to Senate file number 196, the committee will be made up of Chairman Haroldson, Worf, and Larson Lloyd. This is in regards to Senate file 196, message number 444. Okay, what else have we got? We've got.
Dang, hold on.
Okay, the next message for our consideration is message number 457 in regards to House Bill 47. Representative Heiner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move message number 457, concurrence request to the original House Bill 47, and I ask for a no vote on this concurrence. Members, this is for the Secretary of State expedited filings. So what
Just to recap what this bill does, the Secretary of State is getting a lot of filings, more so than ever. And what he's getting is some request for an expedited filing in a matter of 1 or 2 days. Usually it takes 15 days. And these companies that are doing mergers and need something quickly are willing to pay the price. So we approved that on this side and authorized a full-time employee to handle that additional work. The Senate took that full-time employee out. They removed the additional person. So they removed the position and it becomes now an unfunded mandate, a mandate to do the expedited filings with no personnel to be able to do that with. This office generates over $50 million a year, and this additional personnel would be paid for in a little over a day of what they bring into the state. So I urge a no vote for this concurrence. We'd like to be able to go over and talk with our counterparts on the other side and discuss this more at length.
Discussion. Representative Thayer? Nope, she's coming this way. Okay, members, we are voting on a motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 47. A majority of the elected members is required. The chief clerk, please call the roll.
Allemand? Andrew? Angelos? Banks? Bear? Brady? Bratton? Brown Gary? Brown Landon? Byron? Campbell Elisa? Campbell Kevin? Chestick? Plouston? Connolly? Davis? Eklund? Erickson? Filer? Geringer? Guggenmoss? Haroldson? Harshman? Heiner? Heft? Jarvis? Johnson? Kelly? Knapp? Larson Lloyd? Larson JT? Lawley? Lean? Locke? Lucas? McCann? Nicholas, excused. Ottman? Pendergraft? Posey? Provenza? Riggins? Rodriguez Williams? Schmid, excused. Sherwood? Singh? Smith? Storer? Strock? Stivar? Tarver? Thayer? Washut? Wasserberger? Webb? Weber? Worf? Williams? Winter? Wiley? Yin? Mr. Speaker, are there any changes? Are there any changes? Harshman, no to aye. Jarvis, no to aye. Washut, aye to no. Further changes? Further changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 13 aye, 47 no, 2 excused.
By your vote, you have voted not to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 47. The committee to go over and sit for the House's position will be made up of Bear, Chairman, Pendergraft, and Lucas. Yeah, I did. They're marked. Next, we have a joint conference committee report. Message number 441 in regards to Senate file number 43. We are at that order of business of consideration of joint conference committee reports. The first report for our consideration is joint conference committee report number 441 in regards to Senate file 43. Representative Banks, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move message 441 to Senate file 43, temporary water use agreements, amendments. So your joint conference committee got together with our counterparts over across the hall. We had some negotiations and we agreed that, and they agreed to leave in our amendment that reverts the water back to its adjudicated purpose. That was the concerns we had about drying up our ag land. That will stay. But we agreed after going and looking into this more that the in-stream flow language does not belong in the temporary water use bill. So we all agreed to get rid of that amendment, but keep the important amendment into this bill. So encourage your aye vote on this conference committee report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative Banks. Any discussion, ladies and gentlemen? Question being called. We are voting on Joint Conference Committee Report number 441 on Senate File 43. A majority of the elected members is required to adopt the report. The Chief Clerk will please call the roll.
Allemand, Andrew, Angelos, Banks, Bear, Brady, Bratton, Brown Gary, Brown Landon, Byron, Campbell Elisa, Campbell Kevin, Chestick, Clauston, Connolly, Davis, Eklund, Erickson, Filer, Geringer, Guggenmoss, Haroldson, Harshman, Heiner, Heft, Jarvis, repeat, Johnson, Kelly, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson JT, Lawley, Lean, Locke, Lucas, McCann, Nicholas, excused, Ottman, Pendergraft, Posey, Provenza, Riggins, Rodriguez Williams, Schmid, excused, Sherwood, Singh, Smith, Storer, Strock, Stivar, Tarver, Thayer, Washut, Wasserberger, Webb, Weber, Worf, Williams, Winter, Wiley, Yin. Mr. Speaker, are there any changes? Are there any changes? Ottman? Closing vote. Vote closed. 60 aye, 2 excused.
By your vote, you have adopted the Joint Conference Committee Report number 441 to Senate File 43. Okay, what else do we have? Just hold for a couple seconds here while we kind of gather our breath and look things over before we move on here, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. Any JCC announcements, Joint Conference Committee announcements? I do have one specifically. Representative Haroldson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So the JCC on Senate File 196 will meet tomorrow morning, 9:30 a.m. at room 301 to discuss the differences we have between House and Senate positions on Senate File 196.
Thank you, Pro Tem Haroldson. Any others? Representative Locke, Chairman Locke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and there will be a joint conference committee tomorrow afternoon at 1:30 for House Bill 246, Wyoming Wednesday. So this is an important one, everyone. I want everyone there. Okay, and anyway, we're in W 113.
Thank you, Chairman Locke. Chairman Winter.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your committee number 5, Agriculture, will be hosting a a forest health briefing provided by our state forester, Kelly Norris, and it will be at 8 o'clock in the morning in the auditorium down below. And I would encourage folks who want to learn about the forest situation in Wyoming to attend. So thank you.
And ladies and gentlemen, that will be the Forest Service, the BLM, and the State Forestry will all be down there giving a forest health briefing. So it will be very, very informational. Normally, the Senate takes care of that, but this year, my good Ag Committee stood up and took care of that for them because they were not able to put that together. I guess they were too busy. So our good House Ag Committee put that together, and they were very pleased and thankful for that. Representative Clouston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Tomorrow at 9:30, we will have a joint conference committee on HB 154, false voting amendments. That'll be in room 113.
Thank you, Representative Clouston. Any others? Okay, next thing I'd be interested in is if you have any interim topic meetings. Has anybody got any of those going on? Representative Majority Leader Heiner.
I just remembered that.
There you go. That's why the good chief clerk reminds me to remind you to tell all the rest of us.
Yes, the Minerals Committee will have a joint interim topic meeting. It'll be a joint meeting with our counterparts from the other chamber at noon tomorrow, down in room, and I think it's number 6 or 5, one or the others. It'll be down there. You'll find us down there. But we'll be discussing all the minerals topics.
Look for the happy majority floor leader as you look in the big windows there. Also, what, Chief Clerk, we have Ag on Wednesday. Chairman? There he is, Chairman Winter. You've got an announcement for our meetings on Wednesday with your number 5 Ag interim topics? Wednesday at noon. And PMR 6. Thank you. There you go. Well done, Representative Chairman Winter. Okay. I think we got her. You're good. Thank you, sir. Okay, anything else? Any other announcements? My chief clerk is everything's holding together? All right. I think that clears the deck, believe it or not. Good job today, ladies and gentlemen. You worked hard and you got a lot of stuff done. I'm very proud of all of you. Well done, all of you. Majority Leader, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's dark outside once again. We have stayed here doing the people's work for an extended period of time. Our counterparts have gone home hours ago, but we're still here doing the work of the people of Wyoming. So we have done very well this day. I appreciate all of your efforts. And this is what we were sent to Cheyenne to do. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I move that we adjourn until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning, Tuesday, the 4th of March.
You have heard the motion of the good majority floor leader. Congratulations, Senate, or House. House. Psych. Oh, see, there you go. Now you get it. All right. All those in favor of the motion of the good majority floor leader, say aye. All those opposed, no. The House will stand adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow, and it will be the 35th day of session, March 4th, 2025. Congratulations, people. Thank you for doing the good work of the people of the state of Wyoming. Have a good evening.